Chapter 598, June 29th, 2017. In the National Stadium of Seoul City, the capital of Kimchi Nation. The entire stadium was a sea of red. Yes, the entire stadium had turned fiery red. The color of the Kimchi Nation's support uniforms was similar to that of the Chinese. Due to the fact that the two nations were of the same race, apart from the banners and slogans, the flags of the two nations were also clearly telling the world which country they were from. However, to be honest, when people said the word Taiji, Zhang Xiao immediately thought of Zhang Sanfeng and Taiji. When it came to 8 trigrams, Zhang Xiao immediately thought of Zhou. That's interesting. Judging from the flags and slogans, the number of people from China should be limited in many ways in the home ground of the Republic of China. For example, the source of tickets, and so on. In a stadium that could accommodate 30,000 people, only about 1,000 to 2,000 people came from China. Moreover, they were not concentrated in one area. However, for Zhang Xiao, having one was enough. It was undeniable that from the perspective of pure strength, Zhang Xiao had drawn the best of the lot. Ever since the announcement of Jin Pingchong versus Jiang Xiaopi at the lot-drawing ceremony yesterday, Zhang Xiao had been studying Zhang Xiao for a long time. Yesterday, Zhang Xiao was not studying Jin Pingchong, but familiarizing himself with the rules of the competition. Zhang Xiao swore that he had never analyzed the rules of the World Cup so thoroughly, even though he had already played 6 rounds, of course. Zhang Xiao could not be said to have played 6 rounds of the competition in a days. Zhang Xiao still remembered the general rules of the competition. However, the 7th round, yesterday, the Chinese team teachers and analysts were surprisingly unanimous in their opinions and took Zhang Xiao to carefully study the rules of the competition. After studying hard yesterday, Jiang Ji came up with the mantra of 16 words. You have to be ruthless and steady when you draw your sword. You have to be quick to avoid quitting the competition. Ma Ku yelled, Central TV Station. Central TV Station. This is the National Stadium of Seoul City from the Kimchi Nation. Welcome to the live broadcast of the 7th round of the World Cup individual competition. Yi Xuanyang, who had become a mother again, glanced at Ma Kuo in disdain. Anyway, the cameras were not on them, so she could play some tricks. Yi Xuanyang said, Today's battle is between Jin Pingchong from the Republic of China and our country's legendary assistant, Zhang Xiaopi. Ma Ku suddenly interrupted. I'm the host, Ma Ku. Yi Xuanyang answered, I am Yi Xuanyang. Ma Ku said, Xuanyang, Zhang Xiaopi has really exceeded everyone's expectations. Amidst the voices of doubt and criticism, he managed to defeat all 6 opponents and stand in the 7th round. Yi Xuanyang nodded and said, Zhang Xiaopi made it to this stage amidst the doubts and doubts. But now, everyone's impression of Zhang Xiaopi has changed greatly. In the first 6 rounds of the competition, his opponents were all very strong. Everyone has witnessed Zhang Xiaopi's strength. Ma Ku suddenly said with a smile. It's not only within the country, but also internationally. Zhang Xiaopi's strength has been recognized as a gold medal. Zhang Xiaopi's World Cup schedule is unique, and no matter which player he is compared to, Zhang Xiaopi's matches are of the highest quality. Yes. Yi Xuanyang nodded profusely. She had long discovered a treasure, and now it was being appreciated by everyone. She felt rather good about it. Zhang Xiaopi has already met those who should have appeared in the top 16, top 8, and even the final round. Now he has made it to the 7th round, and his opponent is... Yi Xuanyang was obviously stunned. Ma Ku hurriedly continued. Jin Pingchong. He is a strong melee fighter who has a rather pure set of dagger techniques. It is said that his dagger techniques originated from the southeast of the Mediterranean Sea. It highlights ruthlessness, sharpness, and ferocity. Every move is fatal, and it's very powerful. With the help of the special star techniques of his country, this contestant, who should have been classified as an assassin, was forcibly classified as a fighter. Yi Xuanyang said, An inch short is an inch dangerous, but an inch long is an inch strong. Jiang Xiaopi's giant blade technique has also been recognized by the people of the world. He definitely won't be afraid of such a player. Ma Ku exclaimed, "Yes, Jiang Xiaopi is very long." Yi Xuanyang was dumbfounded. Ma Ku hurriedly said, "The blade of that giant blade is 1.5 meters long, and the handle is 50 centimeters long. Jiang Xiaopi's giant blade technique has already reached perfection, and he can even play with a dagger. We have to believe in our Jiang Xiaopi." Ma Ku frantically tried to backtrack, but he didn't know if he could do it. There were a total of 5 matches in 5 different cities today, but the timing of the matches was staggered due to the low viewership ratings. Jiang Xiao was scheduled to compete in the second match in the afternoon, which would start at 2:30 p.m. It was time for him to take a nap. "Wake up, it's time to warm up." In the changing room, Jiang Xiao, who was in a daze, heard someone whispering in his ear. Jiang Xiao opened his eyes and frantically explained, "I didn't sleep." Yes, okay. Fang Xingyan gently patted Jiang Xiao's shoulder, not allowing him to have any emotional fluctuations before going on. He said, "It's 1:55, it's time to go warm up. Do your best later." Jiang Xiao felt helpless. He really didn't sleep. Before going to bed last night, Jiang Xiao had already begun practicing his dagger techniques in his mind. When Jiang Xiao obtained the Guardians of the Night's string music medal and 3,000 skill points, Jiang Xiao had already upgraded his dagger and bow techniques that were stuck at a bottleneck to gold quality level 0. Anyway, it only took 10 points to break through the bottleneck. It was definitely not a loss to use them to break through the bottleneck. At that time, he had already made up his mind to participate in the World Cup, so he still had to do some preparatory work. However, Beta had been practicing his giant blade technique in the Scourge Ruins. Hence, his dagger and bow techniques did not improve at all. Now, Jiang Xiao was practicing his dagger techniques in his mind, not because he was going to use a dagger to attack the enemy, but because he was thinking about how to fight such a player. To be honest, Jin Pingchong's overall strength might not be as good as Ember's, but from the perspective of using a dagger, Jin Pingchong should not be inferior to Ember. His dagger style, which was inherited from the southeast of the Mediterranean, and his fierce combat skills were really strong. Jiang Zhao's original body was studying the rules yesterday, but his bait was in the Scourge Ruins. He had fought with a dagger-wielding golden companion for an entire night. It was worth mentioning that the other silver companion had also died in an accident. In the Scourge Ruins, there was only one gold quality king and bait left to train. "Hurry up, don't waste time," Fang Xingyan said. Jiang Xiao immediately jumped up. Yes, he definitely couldn't waste time. He couldn't give the opponent any chance. What if he was late for the warm-up and was judged to be looking down on the competition? "I'll go in first. You guys follow me," Jiang Xiao said as he flashed away. He left behind a bunch of people looking at each other. Flashing away. Amazing. The little poison healer really valued the competition. Shup. Following Jiang Zhao's appearance, the huge stadium was filled with boos. Jiang Xiao was stunned on the spot. He had already fought a total of 6 rounds, but Jiang Xiao had never heard such a scale of boos. It was also because the Chinese had protected their child too well. Wherever Jiang Xiao went, it would become his home ground. Of course, the cheers would be earth-shattering. And today's competition venue was Seoul City, which was the opponent's home ground. Of course, the opponent would do their best to disturb Jiang Xiao. In a sea of crimson, Taiji 8 trigrams flags danced in the air as boos rang out. Jiang Xiao picked up the giant sword and looked at the agitated, flushed faces that were hollering at him. Such a scene was transmitted to the millions of households in China through the camera. It was a tiny figure with a huge blade in his hand. He raised his head and looked at the Taiji 8 trigrams flags that fluttered in the air above the spectator seats. He looked at the images that were filled with boos and slanderous gestures. F***CK. Where are our people? What is this? Where are our people? Why can't I see a single red star flag? In Mother Yang's live broadcast room, the bullet screen surged like the sea and floated out. The bullet screen was so thick that it was to the extent that the screen could not be seen. They had no choice but to turn off the pop-up comments. After turning off the pop-up comments, The viewers who were watching the live stream via the online platform and the viewers who were watching through the televisions saw a heart-stirring scene. Initially, the camera was showing Jiang Zhao's small back view and the large spectator seats. As the camera switched, the viewers saw a close-up of Jiang Zhao's face, only to see that the little toxic healer was not shocked by the loud boos at all. Instead, he dragged the giant blade and grinned. Yi Xuanyang looked at the scene and listened to the loud boos in the stadium. She covered her chest with one hand and murmured, "My God, Jiang Xiaopi. My heart is really going to melt." Yi Xuanyang's reaction was representative of a large number of Chinese citizens who were watching in front of the television. "I'm here. We're here." Xia Yin raised her hands high and waved two small red flags in her hands. Her face was painted with the red flag, and she yelled loudly with the dozens of Chinese around her in a small square formation. Jiang Xiao inserted the giant blade under his feet and grabbed his collar with his right hand before opening it to the right, revealing the red Chinese flag on his left chest. He slowly turned his body and continuously nodded while looking around the audience. As Jiang Zhao's body slowly turned, the boos in the direction where the flag on his chest was facing became louder and louder. In the sea of Taijie trigrams, there were dozens of Chinese people who jumped, yelled, and cheered loudly in the direction that Jiang Xiao was facing. Although the light was weak, it couldn't be covered. Jiang Xiao raised his left fist high and gestured at the red flags that were scattered everywhere. "Brothers, get ready. A single spark can start a prairie fire today." Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 599. It's a 4,000-word chapter. Please vote for me. Beep, beep. The referee's whistle sounded, and the contestants from both teams entered the arena. Amidst the booing, Jiang Xiao walked into the arena with his giant sword. The audience was really impressive. They didn't even cheer for the contestant from their own country and simply booed Jiang Xiao. Perhaps it was because Jiang Zhao's actions just now were rather jarring, but the mockery and ridicule were all over the place. Jiang Xiao, who was in the second position during the drawing of lots, stood on the west side of the arena and looked at Jin Pingchong from afar. Jin Pingchong was 175 centimeters tall and was not muscular. Instead, he was relatively slender and looked like an assassin. However, he was classified as a melee fighter because of his ruthless and fierce fighting style. Jin Pingchong had an outstanding appearance and was rather handsome. He had a fair and tender face, fluffy and curly hair, and thin bangs on his forehead. He looked like a puppy and was very attractive to female fans. However, that was only normal. Once they fought, it was said that the puppy would turn into a huge wolf. The two daggers in his hands were the best proof. In fact, one of Jin Pingchong's star techniques was the illusion dagger. However, all the contestants had no choice but to take out their real cold weapons when fighting Jiang Xiao. Otherwise, they would be controlled by Jiang Zhao's silence until they died. "Xia Yin is very beautiful, and she has a lot of fans in our country," said Jin Pingchong, who was standing on the east side of the arena. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao frowned slightly and wondered, what did this kid say? Did I hear wrongly? Jin Pingchong continued to speak in English. "Han Jiangxue isn't bad either?" Jiang Xiao snapped back to his senses and felt that Jin Pingchong's trash talk was rather interesting. He nodded and said, "Yes, they're all natural and have never undergone plastic surgery." Jin Pingchong was obviously stunned. A few seconds later, Jin Pingchong said, "I hope the two of you can give everyone an exciting competition." Jiang Xiao grinned and ignored Jin Pingchong. A smile appeared on Jin Pingchong's face. That smile was a little strange. Time passed bit by bit. Beep, beep. The referee's whistle sounded, and Jin Pingchong's aura immediately changed. He then dashed towards Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao waved his left hand and said, "Bless. Let's go." The light pillars of blessing came one after another, like a magic array, falling one after another. Jin Pingchong dodged and moved at an extremely fast speed. The scene made the audience get excited, and they finally stopped booing Jiang Xiao. Instead, they cheered for Jin Pingchong loudly. "Jin Pingchong! Jin Pingchong! Jin Pingchong! Jin Pingchong!" Kimchi Republic. Kimchi Republic. Jin Pingchong, who had been dodging left and right in the blessing formation, suddenly changed his appearance when he reappeared. Jiang Shao was stunned. Before dodging the pillar of blessing, he was still Jin Pingchong. Why did he become Xia Yin after dodging it? Xia Yin was also dumbfounded. What? What's going on? In the arena, Xia Yin, his chestnut-colored hair fluttered in the wind, revealing her charming face. She took advantage of the moment when Jiang Shao was stunned to dash towards Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao stared at the approaching Xia Yin and thought to himself, "Are you a dog? Holy shit. New tactics? Friend, you're really playful, aren't you? Do you think I can't bear to attack you just because you become Xia Yin? Wrong. Terribly wrong. I've long wanted to slash her." Although he was thinking about that, Jiang Zhao's body was very honest. Jiang Shao raised his hand and shot a ray of sound of silence, causing Jin Pingchong to reveal his true form. At the same time, Jiang Shao held onto his giant sword and plunged forward. Jiang Shao muttered to himself, "I should really let you know what a real disguise is. You're 6 or 7 centimeters shorter than her. Don't you know that there's a huge difference in height, Screech?" The giant sword collided with the crossed dagger, and at the moment when it slashed downwards, there were even some sparks produced. Jin Pingchong held the dagger in his left hand and blocked it forcefully. He lowered his body, arched his legs, and advanced while stabbing the dagger in his right hand at Jiang Zhao's chest. Jiang Shao stomped his feet and quickly leaped backward, jumping out of the range of sound of silence. Green glow appeared on Jiang Zhao's giant sword in midair, and he slashed it down forcefully. Jin Pingchong indeed had some skills. Like a dog-skin plaster, his body instantly closed in. With a nimble sidestep, he dodged the blade that emerged with green glow and broke out of the range of sound of silence. Jin Pingchong took advantage of the momentum of his sidestep and swung his right hand, after which a blue and red star power dagger emerged from the tip of the real dagger in his hand. He then threw it out and stabbed it straight at Jiang Zhao's face. Whoosh! Jiang Zhao's body was like a television with poor reception. His body flashed strangely and flickered on the spot. In everyone's eyes, the red and blue dagger seemed to have penetrated Jiang Zhao's head and flew past him rapidly. The dagger was definitely not just a simple physical attack. Jiang Shao had studied Jin Pingchong's star techniques for a long time, so he was naturally very clear about the effects of his star technique. Once the special dagger touched Jiang Zhao's body, it would emit a red and white mist, and Jiang Shao might even enter an illusion. His physical body would also freeze on the spot and be at the mercy of others. Of course, at such a short distance, even if he didn't dodge, he could still knock the dagger away. The biggest drawback of Jin Pingchong's special dagger was that it required a certain amount of time to accumulate power. The star power had to be condensed layer by layer in order to release the blue and red mist. Jiang Shao, who dodged the dagger, also faced Jin Pingchong's face. Jin Pingchong reacted extremely quickly and swiped the dagger in his left hand forward again. The red and blue glow on the dagger was extremely dazzling. On the other hand, Jiang Shao held the dagger with both hands and gently tapped his right elbow on Jin Pingchong's left hand that was holding the dagger in reverse. Whoosh! Under the effect of green glow that had been adjusted to gold quality, the red and blue star power in Jin Pingchong's right hand immediately broke apart, and he spun and flew out. Due to the fact that he did not have enough time to accumulate power, the red and blue star power did not emit any mist and had yet to condense and take shape. Whoosh! 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 However, even as Jin Pingchong spun and flew away, a series of daggers were thrown at him. What was even more amazing was that Jin Pingchong, who was spinning in midair, swung the red and blue star power dagger with one hand and pulled it with the other hand forcefully. It was as if there was a transparent thread of star power that was pulling him to the ground. He actually landed on the ground. He cleverly resolved the situation where he could not borrow any force in the air. Jiang Shao subconsciously raised his sword to block and deflected several red and blue daggers. However, there seemed to be a transparent thread on the dagger that was connected to Jin Pingchong's fingers. The daggers that were deflected did not dissipate. Instead, they turned around and stabbed back. All of a sudden, there seemed to be countless red and blue butterflies flying around Jiang Xiao. Jiang Zhao's giant sword was indeed like a dagger, but it did not last for a few seconds. Jiang Xiao jumped out of the battlefield and appeared behind Jin Pingchong again in a flash. Because, at the instant that Jiang Xiao flashed away, the red and blue butterflies exploded instantly. There was not much sound, but the red and blue mist was emitted. In the end, Jin Pingchong still used his special skill. However, Jiang Xiao was well prepared, and the butterfly-like daggers formed a mist that would cause others to enter an illusion. However, before that happened, Jiang Xiao had already flashed away. The mist that caused others to enter an illusion was indeed Jin Pingchong's powerful weapon. Even if Jin Pingchong was lucky enough to be able to enter the 7th round, he did not always get a free pass. His red and blue mist had indeed eliminated many contestants. However, Jin Pingchong was indeed restrained by Jiang Xiao, who had the star technique of silence. Jiang Xiao flashed out and raised his hand to slash. Go! Jin Pingchong had an unimaginably sharp sense of smell. He immediately leaped and dodged to the side. Almost at the same time, his long black hair also fluttered. Jiang Xiao had studied all of Jin Pingchong's star techniques and of course knew what might happen. However, when Han Jiangxue suddenly appeared in the midst of an intense battle with his opponent, the scene was really strange. Jiang Zhao's movements did not slow down at all, but he could not help but be distracted. He was not bewitched by Han Jiangxue's beauty, but rather, he was infuriated. You bastard! My goddess Shue's hair is long and straight. How did it curl? Did you do it on purpose? You mother asterisk cur, change back for me. After another bout of silence, Jin Pingchong was once again smashed back to his original form. At the next moment, Jiang Xiao swung his sword. Jin Pingchong flipped his hand and leaped backward. Jiang Xiao took another step forward and slashed again. Jin Pingchong clenched the dagger into a fist and pushed it against the ground forcefully. He then flipped his body backward and retreated again. Jiang Xiao swung his sword again, but this time it was the rotating projectile sword. Jin Pingchong, who was half kneeling on the ground, narrowed his eyes and thought, opportunity. This time, he did not dodge and instead used the dagger in his left hand to resist the rotating giant dagger. He then put his right hand at his waist and shook it rapidly, after which the dagger flew out. Amidst the silence, he was going all out. Jin Pingchong was using his resistance to confuse Jiang Xiao and provide cover for his attack. Jiang Xiao followed his opponent's thoughts and took another step forward, seemingly waiting for the giant dagger to bounce back. Bang! Under Jin Pingchong's precise control, the giant dagger was deflected to the left. In the domain of silence, Jiang Xiao could not flash to retrieve the dagger. Jin Pingchong was shocked to find that the dagger that he had deflected was gone. Why didn't it stab into Jiang Zhao's eyes? Instead, it was in his hands? Before the plan could change, the giant sword was blocked by Jin Pingchong, who was quick to react. Jiang Xiao grabbed the dagger that was flying towards him and launched a maniacal attack. Wow! Oh my god, what did I just see? Oh my god, the toxic healer is playing with a dagger. Yes. Suppress him and beat him up. Suppress him and beat him up like that. Keep him in a daze. Expand the advantage. Don't let him come back to his senses. Don't let him react. In Yang Ma's online platform, there were many comments. Far away in Japan, in the small hall of the hotel, the team members who thought they knew Jiang Xiao well had strange expressions on their faces, especially Ember from Shanghai Star Warriors. Especially student Ember from Shanghai Star Warriors. At least among the contestants in the individual competition, Ember was the best dagger player in the national team. He had never thought that there would be a dagger player hidden in the team. Under normal circumstances, techniques such as unarmed combat would be taught during the basic stage of the Star Warriors training. That was also the basic combat technique that the country taught Star Warriors during their high school years. As for daggers, they could be considered the basic training for everyone and were not as rare as giant swords. There were many people who knew how to use daggers, but not many of them were good at it. Dagger techniques were Jin Pingchong's specialty, a field that he was proud of. When a person who had never used a dagger before was locked in battle with Jin Pingchong, who was an expert in daggers, the scene was a little strange. My eyes are dazzling. I can't see it clearly if I don't have enough star slots. I'll make up for it with my skills. Indeed, damn it, I'm convinced. 9 star slots, and he forced out an offensive kaleidoscope. Damn it, no wonder I can't fight. It turns out that I've been delayed by my star map with 21 star slots. In the arena, Jin Pingchong's eyes widened and he was muttering in Korean. If translated into Mandarin, it would be something like, damn it, damn it, damn it. Jin Pingchong used the appearance of Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin to mess up Jiang Zhao's mind. It worked and caught him off guard. Similarly, Jiang Zhao's sudden dagger also made Jin Pingchong dumbfounded and caught him off guard. Indeed, the shorter the distance, the more dangerous it would be. Regardless of whether Jin Pingchong was a puppy or a wolf, he couldn't compare to Jiang Zhao, who was a mad dog in the domain of sound of silence. Jin Pingchong couldn't even find a chance to distance himself from Jiang Zhao while he was attacking like a mad dog. Are only girls in love clinging to others? Wrong. Jiang Zhao, who was holding a dagger, told everyone that he could be very clingy too. Brother, do you want to fight? The kind that won't go away? At the instant that Jiang Zhao withdrew from the domain of silence, green glow appeared on his right hand and the dagger in his hand. Jin Pingchong couldn't even dodge the swift and violent attack at such a short distance. Dumbfounded, he barely managed to block the attack. Ding! When the dagger collided, Jin Pingchong's sleeve was instantly torn apart and a bloody wound appeared on his right arm. His body was sent flying. As Jiang Zhao held the dagger in a reverse grip and raised his hand slightly, a beam of light of blessing landed on him. Jin Pingchong exclaimed, "Ah, screech!" A figure flashed, and the dagger pierced his throat. Jin Pingchong, who was flying backward, was intercepted by a figure that appeared in a flash. As the dagger pierced his throat, he was pressed into the green grass. Accompanying Jin Pingchong's body as it was pressed into the grassy field was a sound of silence that sealed off all possibilities. Jiang Zhao, who was half kneeling on the ground, quickly let go of the dagger and stood up. His movements were clean and neat. Then Jiang Zhao then spread his hands out and retreated step by step. He tilted his head and looked at the referee outside the arena. The noisy stadium suddenly quieted down, and the sea of Tai Chi 8 trigrams flags also stopped surging in an instant. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 600. Jiang Zhao looked at the referee while the referee looked back at him. The scene seemed a little awkward. In a quiet audience, everyone held their breaths and waited for the answer to be revealed. The referee was extremely stressed and frantically looked at Jin Pingchong, who was lying on the ground. It's been a long time. Why hasn't he used any auxiliary star techniques? Go ahead and use them. What are you waiting for? The Chinese contestants have almost retreated to the midfield. Jiang Zhao had a peculiar expression on his face and thought, "You're still thinking about it? First, ask me, the platinum silence, if I agree or not." The referee seemed to have finally snapped back to his senses and decided that he had to blow the whistle. Jin Pingchong was still twitching. He would probably be motionless in a while. Beep. China. Number 4 wins. The referee's whistle sounded, and Jiang Zhao paused in his retreat. A team of medical awakened star warriors hurriedly ran forward. The 30,000 people in the auditorium all quieted down, and there was a deathly silence. Jiang Zhao made a move that everyone was familiar with. He grabbed his collar with his right hand and pulled it to the right, revealing the red star flag on his left chest. He then stood in the middle of the green field and slowly turned around to look at the audience. That action immediately ignited the few Chinese people in the venue. In the direction where the flag on Jiang Zhao's chest shone, dozens of Chinese people cheered and celebrated loudly. The sparks started burning in the 8 trigrams Tai Chi flag. As Jiang Shao slowly turned around, the Chinese people who were drowned in the audience cheered and waved their flags were presented in front of everyone. Well done. 2 minutes and 22 seconds. That's too fast, isn't it? Thank you, international friend. You went through all the hardships to enter the 7th round, just to send Pai Shen off. Hashtag, spread your hands, step back, tilt your head, and look at the referee. Oh my God, this little move. My little toxic healer is going to explode. My heart is going to melt. As the referee's whistle sounded, the bullet screen floated over layer by layer. With the army passing through, no one would be able to see the live broadcast clearly. Yi Xuanyang yelled excitedly. He won. 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Jiang Xiaopi did not disappoint. He won the competition. Ma Ke sounded even more excited. Clearly, he had already prepared a set of words. Top 6. Make history. Create a legend. Now, Jiang Xiaopi was undoubtedly the best assistant in the World Cup. He broke the record of the best results for a support member in the World Cup that had been sealed for 41 years. The last time a Star Warrior entered the top 8 was in 1977. He was the medical awakened Star Warrior from the Kingdom of the Rising Sun Laker. He was ranked 8th in the individual competition that year. Yi Xuanyang hurriedly continued. Be in terms of the number of rounds or the strength of the opponents, Jiang Xiaopi has a much higher difficulty in advancing than he rake. Ma Ke shouted, 3 out of the top 6. No one had ever done it before. There will be no one like him in the future. The stirring words were transmitted to millions of households through television and the internet, and the country was filled with jubilation. This soul seedling, carrying everyone's expectations, was still continuing forward. Jiang Shao walked out of the cage and was greeted by Yang Yang. Hearing Yang Yang's congratulatory words, Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly. In fact, Jiang Zhao's previous 6 rounds of competition were quite impressive. However, in the 7th round, his opponents were slightly weaker. However, if Jin Pingchong continued to work hard, he should be able to enter the top 10 of the individual competition even if he only won 1 round in the loser's bracket. That would be a rather good result. Xiaopi? Xiaopi? Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and hurriedly looked at Yang Yang. Yang Yang repeated, You've broken the dust-laden historical record of the World Cup. Do you have anything to say to everyone? Jiang Shao scratched his head and looked at Fang Xingyun, who was behind the camera. He also remembered his agreement with Teacher Fang. He said, I will continue to work hard. Yang Yang was initially full of anticipation, but he was clearly stunned after hearing Jiang Zhao's words. What's wrong with the toxic healer? Has he changed? Why don't you be naughty? Go ahead and be playful. Yang Yang was a little stumped and continued, During the competition, just now, Jin Pingchong used his unique star technique to transform into your teammates Xia Yan and Sister Han Jiangxue. Do you have anything to say about that? Jiang Shao grinned and said, I studied his star techniques before the match and expected that. The appearance of their images didn't cause much trouble for me. Yang Yang refused to believe it. Aren't you going to answer such a question casually? Yang Yang asked. Jin Pingchong has never used the star technique of camouflage in the past few rounds. Yet, you've already expected it before the competition? Jiang Shao nodded with a solemn expression. I have a very strong support team. My teacher, Fang Xingyun, was once the champion of the individual competition in the World Cup and has been through hundreds of battles. My national team's analysts and coaches are the best of the best. His flattery. Once he started, he couldn't stop at all. Jiang Shao looked at the camera and continued, This is not my victory alone, nor is it my record alone. This victory belongs to the national team beside me and the hundreds of millions of people who support me. Damn it. Yang Yang stared at Jiang Shao dumbfoundedly and couldn't help but take a step back in shock. Behind the camera, Fang Xingyun looked gratified. My son has finally grown up. He's finally obedient. Yang Yang shook his head, seemingly trying to sober up. He hurriedly continued to ask, You've never displayed your dagger skills before. You suddenly used it today, and it's really astonishing. You're the legendary treasure boy, right? Yang Yang thought to himself, damn it, I've already told you the truth. If you still don't brag, I'll turn around and leave. Jiang Shao raised his right fist and said loudly to the camera, keep it up, create more glory. Yang Yang was speechless. Jiang Shao suddenly took 2 steps forward, bent his finger, and knocked on the lens of the camera. Do you see me? I'm you in the future. One day, you'll be like me and stand on the highest stage in this world. He grabbed the lens frame with both hands and looked straight at the thousands of households through the screen with a scorching gaze. What are you waiting for? Stop watching TV. Do what you should do. Fang Xingyun hurriedly stepped forward. It's over. My son is too immersed in his role. It's enough to deal with it calmly. Why is he giving me chicken soup? The buzzcut boy clenched his fists and his expression was extremely fierce. He cheered for the people behind the camera and let out a battle cry. Rua. Fang Xingyun arrived immediately and took Jiang Shao away with a shove. Far away in Jianghu City, in the small auditorium of the hotel where the national team was staying, a group of national team members had been arranged here early to watch the competition together. Wu Xiaojing threw her mobile phone on the table and looked at the big screen in front of her. She was so angry that she put her hands on her hips. What's going on? I have to be taught a lesson just to watch a competition. It's so annoying. Xingyan suddenly stood up, waved his hand, and shouted, I don't want to watch anymore. It's so annoying. The teacher on the podium, as an analyst for the national team, was just praised by Jiang Shao and felt very happy. Seeing Xingyan's provocation, he immediately slapped the table and said angrily, sit down. The class is not over yet. Xingyan's face was full of depression and he sat down on the chair. Xian hurriedly lowered his head and chuckled while covering his mouth. Ho Mingming rested her chin on one hand and stared at Jiang Xiaopi's back on the screen with a burning gaze. Xie Yin lowered his head and fiddled with his boxing belt quietly, looking like an autistic child. Zhao Wenlong crossed his legs and looked out of the window leisurely. Time is really beautiful. Jiang Shao was dragged back to the locker room, and Fang Xingyin pressed him down on the chair. She gently patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said, Wake up, wake up. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, huh? Fang Xingyun smiled gently and said, You performed well and answered the questions very appropriately. It's just that you went a little overboard and used too much force. You should correct it next time. Jiang Shao was speechless. Fang Xingyun said, as if he was being rewarded, I'll go get you some snacks to eat. Go wash up first. We'll set off for Jianghu City in a while. That night, Jiang Shao followed the staff of the national team back to the hotel in Jianghu City and received a warm welcome. On one hand, it was because of Jiang Zhao's results, and on the other hand, it was because of what Jiang Shao said in the post-match interview. Her mouth was as sweet as honey, and it was so sweet that it made the members of the national team feel like they were on cloud 9. Jiang Shao had entered the top 6 of the World Cup, and the outside world was in an uproar. However, to be honest, Jiang Shao did not feel anything special after achieving that achievement. Perhaps it was because his opponents were not strong enough. If it had been George Starr, the Sea Burial King, or Juliet, Jiang Shao might have been more excited. The 7th round was considered one of the easier rounds in Jiang Zhao's World Cup journey. However, if he wanted it to be of value, the upcoming 8th round would definitely be properly arranged. Besides, there was no need for any arrangements at all. Any one of the 5 remaining players would be able to cause an earth-shattering battle. After dinner, Jiang Shao returned to his room and took a shower before lying on the bed and reading the news. The 7th round of the individual competition of the World Cup has ended. Contestant Jiang Xiaopi of our country has defeated contestant Jin Pingchong of the Kimchi Nation, breaking the 41-year-old record of the World Cup and obtaining a spot in the top 6. Jiang Shao scrolled through the progress bar and looked at the report. Captain Thor of the North Road Kingdom, the European Shield of the Wo Republic, the Flower of Lanchi Republic, the Neon Sword God of Japan, the legendary support of China, and the Queen of Iceland, who had a bye in the previous round, had entered the 8th round. At a glance, there were 3 melee fighters, 1 shield warrior, 1 rules awakened, and won support. After entering the final round, the strong professions of the individual competition were still reflected. It was still the world of the warriors. Besides, after entering the final round, there were only 2 Asian countries and the remaining 4 were European countries. After all, it was a place where the powerhouses gathered, and the nationality of the students in the final round once again highlighted that fact. This picture looks good. Jiang Zhao's scrolling fingers paused for a moment as he saw an interesting picture in the comment section. In the picture, Jiang Zhao could only see a tiny back view while dragging the giant sword in his hand. He looked up at the spectators in front of him, who were waving the Tai Chi 8 trigram flags. In an instant, Jiang Zhao thought of the audience from the Kimchi Nation who were booing at him, making slanderous gestures and shouting loudly. Jiang Zhao took down the picture and clicked on his Weibo. Wow, I have more than 12 million fans now. I've gained more than 6 million fans in just a month after the World Cup. After editing the text and picture, let's go Jiang Zhao be mischievous or not just posted from Huawei P10 Plus. If only I'd said what needs to be said today. Picture. As soon as the Weibo post was posted, a bunch of emoticons flooded in. The emoticons were all pictures of Jiang Zhao turning his head and clenching his fist to cheer for the camera when he was being interviewed after the competition. The words Rua were printed at the bottom of the emoticons. There were also a large number of comments in the comment section. Xiaopi, why do your Weibo posts have voices? If only I had said what needs to be said that day. Wouldn't I have been apologetic and not stubborn? If only I wouldn't have been provoked by emotions. Ha 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 ha. That's enough. I'm dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Jin lost so aggrievedly. Why didn't the citizens speak properly? Even the toxic healer has been scolded. Ha ha. Little toxic healer, are you getting cocky? Oh, right. You've always been in the sky and never came down. Brother-in-law, that's Goddess Yin and Goddess Shui we're talking about. How dare you? The way he swung his sword, TSK. Golden Beauty's disguise doesn't have a soul. Little toxic healer's dagger doesn't have feelings. 41 years. Breaking the record. Top 6 of the World Cup. Goddess Pie. So cool. Among the comments, a comment was pushed to the top. Yang, a reporter from Yangma. Jiang Zhao mischievous or not? May I ask if you have time now? Can you accept my interview again in your current state? Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 601. The closer it was to the World Cup finals, the higher the level of the battles and the larger the scale. Even though there were only 5 contestants competing for the 7th to 11th place, Jiang Zhao still had 5 days to rest. The arrangements for the qualifiers were not intensive, so the contestants who had advanced to the top 6 had enough time to rest. Studying 5 opponents in 5 days was more than enough. Besides, Jiang Zhao had already memorized the information of those people in the previous round. The next morning, Jiang Zhao did not study his opponents under the guidance of the coaching team. Instead, he watched the Chinese team competition in the small auditorium with the other students and staff. Today, there was a competition between the Xiangnan Military School and the Capital Star Warriors team, and Song Chuanxi's team was arranged to be in the first round. Unfortunately, the team from Capital Star Warriors lost. They had met a true seeded player, the Northern Kingdom's team that was almost on par with Xiangnan Military Academy in terms of strength. He Su, the assistant of the Capital Star Warriors, had a godlike performance in this match. He put out fires everywhere and did his best to ensure that no one was lost. However, there was a great god in Northern Europe. This sentence was not just a saying. It was written in the story of Norse mythology. The Star Warriors of the North Road Kingdom were really domineering. Their thunder and lightning output was extremely powerful, and there was no defense that they could not break. There was no one that they could not strike away. Under the thunder and lightning array set up by the 4 of them, the 4 members of the Capital Star Warriors team struggled to hold on. Song Chuanxi fainted from the battle, and Wu Yao was also covered in wounds. Hisu was struggling too. In the end, he even used his star technique to protect Han Jiangxue once before fainting gloriously. The swaying Han Jiangxue finally met her fate. The four members of the North Road Kingdom won the competition after the rules awakened and the assistant were seriously injured and lost their combat abilities. In comparison, the four members of the Capital Star Warriors team were all burnt and annihilated. The people in the small auditorium were extremely worried, and Jiang Xiao almost couldn't sit still anymore. Fortunately, the medical awakened Star Warriors quickly stepped forward, which made Jiang Xiao feel a little more at ease. In the end, Jiang Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Han Jiangxue, whose clothes were burnt, had already woken up and was carried out of the arena. The Huaxia Capital Star Warriors team stopped at the semi-finals of the World Cup team competition. This time, Capital Star Warriors and Shanghai Star Warriors were even. Both teams were destroyed by the first-seeded team of the North Kingdom. It was just that Capital Star Warriors persisted for 2 more rounds and entered the top 8 of the World Cup. In the previous round of the team competition, it was supposed to be between 17 teams and 9 teams. However, during the course of the previous round, there were deaths in the winners group. This caused the winning team to have no choice but to withdraw from the competition due to insufficient members. Therefore, Song Chuanxi's team would be competing for the 5th to 8th place in the next few days. Jiang Xiao also sent a message to Han Jiangxue, hoping that she could contact him as soon as she saw it. However, the team there had already contacted the team here immediately to inform Jiang Xiao that Han Jiangxue was in good physical condition and there were no problems. It seemed like when your strength was recognized, more people would care about you and care about you. As the only contestant in the individual competition, the national team definitely didn't want Jiang Xiao to be overly emotional. As for the second match in the morning, it made everyone's blood boil. The 4 soldiers from Xiangnan Military School executed their commands in unison. The 4 of them even seemed to be like an army of thousands of men and horses, making everyone mesmerized. They ended the battle in 11 minutes and advanced to the semi-finals of the World Cup. This was a breathtaking match. The team competition was all about the whole team. No matter how outstanding one's individual strength was, one might be able to dominate in one small circle. But in the finals of the World Cup, everyone's strength and level were obvious. It was indeed unrealistic for one to play with individual heroism. In the end, the soldiers still had to do it. Most high school students were in the nebula stage and had 8 available star slots. After entering college and breaking through to the galaxy stage, there would be 8 more star slots that could be used in the galaxy stage. Hence, they would have to absorb star techniques according to the configuration of a team of 4. To a certain extent, it would require individual sacrifice in order to truly create a strong team. Clearly, the 4 soldiers did not care about personal gains and losses and sacrificed a certain extent of their own interest for the team, which allowed them to successfully stand at the top of the world. They might get more in return. Hence, from a secular point of view, it was better to take a long-term view. The Xiangnan Military Academy had successfully advanced to the semi-finals. It all depended on who they were going to fight next. It would be best if it wasn't the gods of the North Kingdom. The star techniques of the gods of thunder and lightning showed very distinct regional characteristics. It was really difficult to resist. Jiang Xiao only had that morning to relax. In the afternoon, he was dragged by the coaching team to analyze his opponents again. Jiang Zhao's flattery during the interview yesterday afternoon was very useful, especially for the 2 analysts who accompanied him to analyze his opponents. They were holding information in their hands and placed their laptops in front of Jiang Xiao. They pulled him aside and explained everything to him, making him feel like his head was about to explode. Oh no, I've gone too far. I've even bragged about myself. The next 5 days will probably be more tiring than the college entrance examination. It was worth mentioning that when he was studying his opponents in the morning, Han Jiangshue's video popped up. After seeing that it was Han Jiangxue calling, the team leader did not stop Jiang Xiao from picking up the call. Instead, he gave him 10 minutes to rest. After personally confirming that Han Jiangxue was fine, Jiang Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and could finally devote himself to studying his opponents. That night, Jiang Shao finally saw the other two teams that advanced to the semifinals during his break. It turned out that the true gods were still the true gods. Compared to the strong performance of the European countries in the individual competition, only the North Kingdom made it to the semifinals in the team competition. One of the remaining two spots was from Africa, the ancient Egyptian Republic. In fact, the Xiaonan Military Academy team had eliminated the Star Warriors Team 2 of the ancient Egyptian Republic in a round of the 33-17. The team that made it to the top 4 in the world was the first team from the ancient Egyptian Republic. In the team competition, the core position of the rules awakened was infinitely elevated. The Sand King of the ancient Egyptian Republic was slightly weaker than the Lightning King of the North Kingdom, but had more control and was more suitable for team battles. When the green field was covered with yellow sand and the players from both sides could only fight in the sand, the home advantage of the ancient Egyptian pharaohs was too great. The last team to make it to the semifinals was an Asian country. It was from West Asia, the Mayan countries. In comparison, this team was the most unusual of all. The Huaxia Republic and the North Kingdom both had one shield, one agility, one mage, and one support. The ancient Egyptian Republic had one shield, two mages, and one support, while the four contestants of the Mayan countries had three agility and one support. What they played was assassination, and what they fought was a quick battle. His movement technique was strange and unpredictable. He was invisible in broad daylight. Of course, they were different. Such a team configuration would not be able to stand firm in the team competition at all. If they were traditional, actually, they were very traditional because the team configuration of all the teams that had participated in the World Cup had never changed. They had always had three agility and one support. The combat skills of the contestant from his country were so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. Each of them was more ferocious than the last. Even the medical awakened Star Warriors' fists, feet, daggers, and the comprehensive assassination skills that the country was proud of were all top-notch. In fact, Jiang Shao felt that he should go there for further training. During the intense preparation, Jiang Shao witnessed the first victory of the Capital Star Warriors team in the losers bracket. Before the second round arrived the next day, Jiang Shao met an old friend on the night of July 2nd. That night, when Jiang Shao was secretly playing with his mobile phone in bed, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Jiang Shao hurriedly hid his mobile phone under his pillow and went to open the door in a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of slippers. The moment he opened the door, Jiang Zhao's mouth was stuffed full of dog food, catching him off guard. Outside the door was a handsome man in a sky-blue shirt. He was fair and clean, with thick black hair that was combed into a parting. There was also a pair of rimless glasses on the bridge of his nose. On her gentle face, her dark eyes were filled with approval as she looked down at Jiang Shao. "Hi, Tianqing." Beside Hai Tianqing, Fang Xingyun was gently holding on a Hai Tianqing's arm. With a smile on her face, she tilted her head slightly in Hai Tianqing's direction. Her curly hair was scattered lazily on Hai Tianqing's shoulder while she looked at Jiang Shao gently and quietly. Hai Tianqing, who was 188 years old, and Fang Xingyun, who was 177 years old, were really a perfect match. Look at this. Is this what teachers should do? Jiang Shao could no longer tell whose smile was gentler between the two teachers. Oh my God, this is too sweet. Can you guys take my blessings and quickly get out of my sight? Xiaopi, you've grown up. You've already grown to this extent. Hai Tianqing placed his hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and looked down at the dumbfounded Jiang Shao. He then praised sincerely, "I'm really proud of you." To his surprise, Jiang Shao tilted his head to look at Fang Xingyun and said, "Why can Hai Tianqing enter the hotel while Xia Yin has to wait outside?" Fang Xingyun was speechless. Hai Tianqing looked stunned and said, "I came all the way here to see you, and this is the first thing you said to me." Jiang Shao smacked his lips and thought, "All right then. Although I know you're here to look for Fang Xingyun, you can at least visit me along the way." Jiang Shao walked out of the room and closed the door tightly. He said, "You two stay here and don't move. I'll move the Civil Affairs Bureau over." Hai Tianqing and Fang Xingyun were dumbfounded. After being stunned for 2 seconds, Hai Tianqing burst into laughter and slapped Jiang Shao on the shoulder. Indeed, you're still so mischievous. Your teacher Fang was right. You really haven't changed at all. Teacher Hai, I miss you so much. Jiang Shao suddenly grinned and hugged Hai Tianqing before slapping him on the back 5 or 6 times. Fang Xingyun, who was at the side, had already retreated. When she saw this scene, she could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Hai Tianqing grimaced and muttered, Okay, I missed you too. I missed you too. Jiang Shao hurriedly said, Let's go. Hai Tianqing asked, Where are we going? Jiang Shao said, Hot pot, barbecue. You decide. Let's go for a feast. Hai Tianqing looked at Fang Xingyun awkwardly and asked, Well, Jiang Shao said, I still have 2 days to rest. Hurry up. You come all the way here. Don't you know how to reward and motivate me? Fang Xingyun looked at Jiang Shao with a smile and couldn't help but glare at him. He then said to Hai Tianqing, I'll go contact the team. Wait here for a while. After saying that, Fang Xingyun turned around and left, leaving the master and disciple standing at the door of the corridor. Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Zhao's short-sleeved attire and said, You didn't bring your room key, did you? Oh. Jiang Zhao's body flashed, and in the next moment, the door opened again from the inside. Jiang Shao stood in the room and pointed to the right. The toilet is over there. Hai Tianqing couldn't help but grin. So what if I teleport? Who told you that I'm going to the toilet? With that thought in mind, Hai Tianqing stepped into the door and walked to the bathroom, bookmarked for easier reading. Chapter 602. At night, in the barbecue restaurant, Jiang Shao held a long pair of chopsticks in his hand and stared at the sizzling meat on the grill. Opposite him, 2 teachers were sitting together and looking at Jiang Shao. One of them looked at him with a hint of playfulness and the other with a hint of admiration. Jiang Shao could not help but pick up the meat with his chopsticks and look at it. He turned it over and placed the beef on the grill. He looked up at the 2 of them and said, You 2 are getting along well, huh? Yes. I have to thank you. You're still thinking about me, even though you've gone to university. Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Shao with a smile. Humph. Fang Xingyun snorted with a teasing look. Now that you mention it, I was the one who chased you all the way to Beijing. It was a world of ice and snow. Now that I think about it, my heart is a little cold. There were some twists and turns in the subsequent plot after the 2 of them met. People would always show different sides in front of different people. For example, Fang Xingyun had always been gentle and generous. She was gentle and patient when dealing with students. However, in front of Hai Tianqing, she rarely behaved like a little woman. Hai Tianqing looked embarrassed and turned to look at Fang Xingyun. Fang Xingyun rolled her eyes at Hai Tianqing, picked up the shared chopsticks, and picked up a piece of barbecue for Jiang Shao. Wow! Jiang Shao was almost drooling. He quickly picked up the barbecue and swallowed it in a few bites. He then continued to stare at the meat on the grill. Fang Xingyun continued to roast meat for Jiang Shao, while Hai Tianqing looked at Fang Xingyun in a daze. He could not say a word for a long time. For a moment, the world seemed to have quietened down, and only the sizzling sound of the barbecue could be heard. When Jiang Shao ate the second piece of barbecue that Fang Xingyun picked up, he realized that something was wrong. How long has it been since someone spoke? Hai Tianqing, what are you doing? Can't speak? Can't coax someone? Can't adjust the atmosphere? As a man in his 30s, do you need me to teach you how to pick up girls? If I don't force you, you won't know how outstanding you are. Jiang Shao dipped the meat in the sauce and hummed softly. The candlelight illuminates the dinner, but it doesn't illuminate the answer. Love is not a warm meal. Hai Tianqing. Upon hearing this, Fang Xingyun could not help but roll her eyes at Jiang Shao as she picked up another piece of baked potato for him. The meal made Jiang Shao feel full, but Hai Tianqing didn't seem to be in the right state of mind. The conversation between the 3 of them then shifted to the competition. Jiang Shao felt that it was better to wait for the 2 teachers' relationship to progress for a few years before talking about it. When Fang Xingyun went to pay the bill, Hai Tianqing suddenly leaned forward and said in a low voice, I want to propose to Mr. Fong. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. No wonder Hai Tianqing had been in a daze. It turned out that he had been plotting a scheme in his heart. Jiang Xiao asked, "Have you thought it through?" Hai Tianqing changed his blank expression during dinner and said very firmly, "Yes." Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "I wish you well. Did you deliberately tell me all this because—" Hai Tianqing supported his chin with one hand and said, "I think the moment you win the championship should be a good opportunity." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. "Damn it, it's easy for you to say that. Why are you so confident in me? If I don't win a world championship, are you going to propose to me?" Hai Tianqing continued. "She should be happier in such an atmosphere." Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, "A proposal and a confession are the same in nature. They're both confirming a new relationship. They should be the bugle call of final victory, not the charge call of an attack." Hai Tianqing was stunned for a moment, as he did not expect Jiang Xiao to say that. After pondering for a while, Hai Tianqing said, "I've been with Mr. Fong for more than half a year, and we understand each other's feelings. I'm sure that the time is ripe." Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "You want to propose in front of everyone in the world? That's so romantic." Jiang Xiao thought to himself, "Oh, you. Damn you. My A*S. In the future, no matter what messages you send, I'll reply with an O." Hai Tianqing smiled and said, "It's indeed romantic, but it's too ostentatious. I know her, and she definitely won't like it. Besides, if you really succeed, it'll be your moment. I think it's good to do it in the locker room." Jiang Xiao nodded thoughtfully. Hai Tianqing looked at Fong Xingyun, who was walking back from afar, and said softly, "No matter what, I'll propose to her after your World Cup journey is over." Jiang Xiao saw that Hai Tianqing was looking into the distance and replied softly, "In that case, I wish both of us success." Hai Tianqing retracted his gaze and looked at Jiang Xiao, who was in front of him, before nodding with a smile. On July 3rd, under the leadership of the analyst, Jiang Xiao witnessed the defeat of the Capital Star Warriors University. In the end, the Capital Star Warriors University ranked 6th in the World Cup with a record of 1 win and 1 loss. Such results were already very good, and the evaluation of Capital Star Warriors University in the country was also not bad. Of course, it was inevitable that there would be many haters who criticized Capital Star Warriors University for not achieving better results. They would criticize the mistakes and reactions of the 4 players during every match. However, those comments were nothing. Capital Star Warriors University's position was very special. They were already in the top 8 in the world and had already secured the 6th place in the World Cup. Besides, they had the Shanghai Star Warriors University at the bottom and the Xiangnan Military School in front of them, who were trying to win the championship. Hence, Capital Star Warriors University did not have to endure much criticism. On the other hand, the standings for the individual competition were a bit more interesting. Because the standings were from 7 to 11, the lucky contestants were able to advance directly to the next round. The standings for the 10th and 11th place were out, but the standings for the top 3 were not out. There was still an empty round in the 5-man competition. However, since the 3 of them were fighting for the top spot, the World Cup did not have an empty round anymore. Instead, the points competition started immediately. The problem was, after the 3 of them fought for a round, they actually had the same number of points, and the results were all 1 win and 1 loss. Under normal circumstances, when the points were the same, more criteria could be added, such as the length of the competition, the degree of damage done to the enemy, the degree of damage done to the body, and so on. However, the World Cup did not do that. A win was a win and a loss was a loss. Since the points were the same, they would be the same. They would have a rematch. The 3 of them had a total of 3 chances. If the 3 contestants still had the same number of points in the next 2 rounds, the committee would use other methods to judge who was higher and who was lower. This was not a rematch of the 652, 651, or 650 rankings. Those rankings could not enter the point competition system. There were so many people who signed up for the World Cup, and there were so many matches. Moreover, they had to finish all the matches in the World Cup within 40 days. Hence, The points competition could only be used after the 7th or 8th round to leave time for more important people. Now that the World Cup was coming to an end, there were very few matches left, and they were all extremely important. Putting the honor aside, it was also very attractive to the audience. This was a rematch of the top 10 in the world. 7th, 8th, 9th. People all over the world like to watch it. Let's do it again. This also reminded the contestants who had advanced to the top 6. After the next round, the 3 contestants in the winner's bracket would fight for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place, while the 3 contestants in the loser's bracket would fight for the 4th, 5th, and 6th place. They had to be strong and win 2 rounds in the group in order to get the highest ranking. Otherwise, a rematch. Continue the broadcast. It would be best if there were 3 rounds. After the 3rd round, the judges would decide the rankings. Zhang Xiao was not surprised by this. In the past, the rules of the World Cup were the same. The closer it was to the final battle, the more difficult it would be to move forward. However, what made Zhang Xiao unhappy was that due to the rematch of the 7th, 8th, and 9th place, Zhang Xiao had 2 more days to rest. It would be fine if he really had a break, but the problem was that Zhang Xiao had to follow the analyst to sprint for the college entrance examination in the extra 2 days. Ever since he entered the top 100 of the World Cup and had a ranking, Zhang Xiao had been playing a game every 5 days. Zhang Xiao was already familiar with such a rhythm, and towards the end of the competition, the use of the final ranking system had indeed disrupted Zhang Xiao's rhythm. Of course, it was also fair. Zhang Xiao was suffering, and the other contestants who had advanced to the top 6 were not much better. They were all suffering in agony. As for the system of the team competition, it was very clear, and the round of the top 4 proceeded smoothly. Zhang Xiao was fortunate enough to witness history. In the round of the top 4, the Xiangnan Military Academy encountered the team of Jacob, which had a strange style. The soldiers of the Xiangnan Military Academy relied on their perfect defense system to lay out their plans and endure the harassment. They were suppressed by the elusive assassins for 13 minutes. With the command of the Xiangnan assistant, a golden wave of air spread out. Shield, agility, and magic, a set of defensive and counterattacks, actually launched a wave of attacks, directly taking away 2 of the opponent's agility and 1 support. Only one of the Jacob melee fighters was left. When he saw that his comrade was severely injured, he had no choice but to reveal himself, admit defeat, and ask for help from the medical awakened Star Warrior. That afternoon, the battle between the North Road Kingdom and ancient Egypt began. The battle between lightning and sand really shocked everyone. The 2 sides fought fiercely and were locked in a fierce battle. In the sand, the defense of the pharaohs of ancient Egypt was infinitely enhanced, and their perception was greatly enhanced. As a result, their movements became more agile. The gods of the North Road Kingdom had finally met their match. It was no exaggeration to say that the gods of the North Road Kingdom had met an opponent that restrained them. This group of people who played with sand were really not afraid of lightning. The scene of the battle was earth-shattering. The sky exploded, and the earth exploded. The sand exploded, and the lightning exploded. The sky was filled with electric currents, and the ground was covered with yellow sand. In front of the audience, the defense shield that was activated by more than 10 Star Warriors at the same time was emitting muffled thumping sounds and shaking sounds that could really scare someone to death. The live audience and commentators were probably regretting coming to watch the match. It was too King exciting. The contestants were fighting with their lives on the field, and the audience didn't have to do anything. As long as they sat in the audience, they would be risking their lives. The lineup of ancient Egypt was 1 shield, 2 spellcasters, and 1 support. The lineup of the North Road Kingdom was the standard 1 shield, 1 agility, 1 spellcaster, and 1 support. In the end, the pharaohs of ancient Egypt, who were fighting on their home ground, were promoted to the Pharaoh King and won the competition. The output and control of the 2 rules awakened by ancient Egypt were completely displayed in front of everyone. They also told everyone what the core position of the Rules Awakened was. The final would be between the Chinese team and the Ancient Egypt team. The group of North Road Kingdom's gods that had been praised by the European fans were finally eliminated from the final round and had to compete with the Jacob Assassins for the third and fourth place. After the results of the rematch of the individual competition were finally out, Jiang Shao also received the list of matchups for the 8th round. When the second group on the big screen finished drawing lots, Ho Mingming clenched his fists tightly when he saw the red star flag on the paper in the old man's hand. Round 8 of the individual competition of the World Cup. Neon Saito Nobuyuki versus China. Jiang Xiaopi. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 603. After the lots were drawn, Jiang Shao, led by the two analysts, dug out all the information about Saito Shinayuki from a thick stack of documents in the morning. The battle tomorrow would be very interesting. Western European Civil War. Willpower versus Lancy Northern European Civil War. Iceland versus North Asia Civil War. China versus Japan. Jiang Shao flipped open the information and saw Saito Shinayuki's menacing gaze again. Jiang Shao carefully studied his detailed information. After all, he had already studied his star techniques thoroughly and memorized them thoroughly. Jiang Shao suddenly asked. In other words, he only left China when he was 15 years old? One of the analysts nodded and said, yes, due to family reasons, he followed his parents to Japan in his 3rd year of junior high. I didn't expect him to awaken a star map during the graduation ceremony. Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully and said, he grew up in Jiangcheng City, Hubei Province. If I were to argue with him on the battlefield, would he speak in a Hubei Province dialect? Fang Xingyun had a peculiar expression and chided, what are you focusing on? Jiang Shao grinned and said, I've almost analyzed his star techniques, combat characteristics, and combat habits. Let's analyze this person. What's his personality like? The analyst said, he's very cheerful, at least when he was in China. He can get along well with his classmates. At that time, he was studying in the high school affiliated to the University of Rivertown. During the 1st and 2nd year of junior high, he would often sneak into the University of Rivertown with his classmates in March and April to see the famous Cherry Blossom Avenue. There are still many photos of him and his classmates on his social media accounts. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, so, he transferred to another school and couldn't see it anymore. Hence, he learned the Cherry Blossom Domain star technique. He made himself blossom. Fang Xingyin smiled and said, there are many cherry blossoms in Japan too, but that type of star technique is very powerful. The analyst finally brought the topic back and said, judging from his star techniques, your Rain of Tears might lose its effect on him. He's very fast, and his Tang sword technique is extremely powerful. Jiang Shao smirked, and his smile made Fang Xingyun feel a sense of relief. Jiang Shao said, I like people who are more technical. It's all about talent and hard work. If I were to be like Juliet or the king of Sea Burial, I would feel terrible. Since the venue of the competition was in Edo City, Jiang Shao did not have to travel. At about 9 p.m. that night, Jiang Shao heard someone knocking on the door again. Jiang Shao originally thought that it would be Hai Tianqing and Fang Xingyun, but unexpectedly, when he opened the door, it was actually Sister P. At this critical juncture, no one would normally come and disturb the contestants' rest. What did she want to say? Jiang Shao moved away, and Ho Mingming strode in, walked to the sofa in the living room, and sat down. Jiang Shao tidied up his short-sleeved shirt and pants. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with them, he asked, what's the matter? You even call me an egg yolk pie? Ho Mingming looked up at Jiang Shao and said, don't underestimate him. His swordsmanship is stronger than you think. Jiang Shao nodded matter-of-factly. Back then, Jiang Shao had asked Zhao Wenlong for relevant information about George Starr. Now, Ho Mingming had come uninvited to share her experience. Ho Mingming continued, that cherry blossom domain is both real and fake. Every cherry blossom is formed from stellar power, but the distribution of stellar power in the petals isn't uniform. If you can sense the density of the petals, you'll be able to get a rough idea of where he's most active. Jiang Shao nodded silently. Ho Mingming continued, you must use star power to protect your giant sword. The petals that are thrown out by the sword are very explosive. Jiang Shao nodded again and stood at the coffee table, looking down at Home Mingming, who was deep in thought. He suddenly felt that she was a little adorable. Most of what she said had already been said by the analysts. She just wanted to tell Jiang Shao the information that she thought was the most useful. She hoped that Jiang Shao would succeed and not make the same mistake as her. Home Mingming pondered for a while and continued. Every time he moves at top speed, he can't help but raise his right eyebrow. Okay. Jiang Shao listened to her instructions quietly. Behind her words, Jiang Shao could hear Home Mingming's regret and self-blame. It seemed that she had been studying Saito Shinoyuki more than once these days. Such behavior was a good thing for Home Mingming. She had really grown up after being able to put her own failures in perspective. That might be the true meaning of the Star Warriors World Cup. The proud sons and daughters of the heavens would always recognize themselves and recognize reality here. July 7th, 2017, sunny. Japan, National Stadium, Edo City. Jiang Shao and Saito Shinoyuki were in the second group and were scheduled to compete in the second match of the day. The match would start at around 10 a.m. Although it was 8 a.m., the stadium was already a sea of red and blue. The citizens of the two countries did not give the spectators from other countries a chance to watch the battle. In the stadium that could accommodate 50,000 people, the west side was red, while the east side was dark blue. With the center line as the dividing line, the two sides were so clearly separated that it made people click their tongues in wonder. Only the spectators on both sides of the center line were mixed with the people from various countries. Instead, it was more like a dividing line. The Chinese had indeed put in a lot of effort. In the previous match against the Kimchi Nation, only a few Chinese people appeared on the television as Jiang Xiaolong waved his flag. That scene made everyone feel upset. In this match, the people used all sorts of methods to obtain the precious live tickets so that their children would no longer be bullied. Even if this is the opponent's home ground, we'll still snatch half of the venue. It was noisy outside. Jiang Shao sat in the players' locker room and looked up at the television. There were no other competitions for the players from other countries, so the results of the competition would not affect Jiang Shao too much. Besides, there was enough time for Jiang Shao to understand his next opponent in advance. The first group of matches would start at 8 a.m. and be held in Sho City, Pickle Nation. It would be the captain of the North Road Kingdom, Ash, against Queen Helen of Iceland, who was also from Northern Europe. It would be a Rules Awakened versus a melee fighter. Northway Ash was the only remaining Rules Awakened. Jiang Shao had been watching the television with a frown for a long time. The two Nordic gods were both very irritable. Wherever Helen passed by, there would be ice flowers blooming. The crystal-clear ice flowers looked extremely beautiful under the sunlight. Beautiful things were dangerous. Jiang Shao knew that the ice flowers that bloomed could explode instantly. Hundreds of ice thorns would be shot into one's body, and one wouldn't find it beautiful anymore. Northway Ash held Mjolnir in one hand and really imitated Thor. Bursts of electric currents filled the air and shattered the ice flowers that bloomed all over the ground. Ash had already transformed the inside of the cage into his home ground. The sky was filled with electric currents that appeared quietly from time to time, like small curved snakes. On the other hand, Helen, who was a melee fighter, turned the green grass into frost wherever her figure passed. Sometimes, she could even hide her figure in the thin layer of ice. It was amazing. The opening of the competition was considered normal. After Helen went through a lot of hardships and finally got close to Ash, an ice mirror was erected. The tug-of-war between the two lasted for almost 3 minutes. Helen tried everything she could to erect 3 ice mirrors. Northway Ash obviously knew what the other party was up to. She was determined to not let her formation succeed. These 3 minutes were like 3 minutes of hell, the most bloody 3 minutes. The battle between the two parties, from the physical to the spiritual, made everyone dumbfounded. The competition entered the 17th minute. Helen gritted her teeth. Her blonde hair was messy and even a little burnt. In the end, she still erected 3 ice mirrors. This action was equivalent to stepping on Ash's face and announcing a fact. You can die now. Very quickly, the figures in the 3 mirrors overlapped and quickly became 6 mirrors, then 12. When the countdown reached 2 minutes, an ice mirror hut quietly appeared. Helen, who was agile, fast, and elusive, even used her actions to stop Ash from casting spells. After 17 to 18 minutes of fierce battle, the Ice Queen, who had finally succeeded, could finally taste the taste of victory. However, Ash was really irritable and fierce. When he was killed by the figures, shuttling through the ice mirror house so quickly that he had nowhere to run and could not resist, he did not choose to surrender, nor did he allow this battle of attrition to continue. Blood flowed freely from his body. In a daze, he lay prone on the grassland that was shrouded in icy air. His mouth bit the frozen green grass. In front of his chest, the armor made of thunder and lightning suddenly shone with a dazzling light. At the same time, the Queen Helen from the mirror arrived. Rumble, oh my God! Jiang Shao could not help but exclaim in shock. On the television screen, it could be said to be a mess. Explode, explode, completely explode. This level of explosion was not inferior to the George Star back then. Jiang Shao could not help but swallow his saliva. Each was more explosive than the last. Each was more ferocious than the last. At this point, everyone's strength was infinitely close. If they wanted to win, no one could hold back. The first match of the competition for the top 6 began with a tragedy, sending a message to the world that not every match would have a winner. People like the Star Warriors, they were really competing with their lives. Since the start of the World Cup, there had been many deaths, but this time, it was undoubtedly the one that touched Jiang Shao the most. What was the significance of the Star Warriors World Cup? From a personal point of view, achieving a ranking and obtaining honor was, of course, beneficial to personal development. From a national point of view, there was no doubt that the contestants were demonstrating the strength of the Star Warriors of their own countries in every round of the competition. Did this contestant from the North Road Kingdom really have to be so unyielding? He had already done very well. Was it so difficult to admit defeat? Even if he had to die, he wouldn't want to lose? Ash was obviously different from the crazy George. Was he just being rash? Or was he defending something? Or was he trying to send a message to the world? Was all worth it? Chapter 604. It was midnight. At 9:30 a.m., both teams entered the arena to warm up. The atmosphere in the National Stadium of Edo gradually heated up, and everyone was in high spirits. The first match that ended an hour ago stirred everyone's hearts. In the end, both the North Road God and the Ice Nation Queen died in battle. To some ordinary people, the Star Warriors World Cup was more like a game, but to the Star Warriors who fought hard in the arena, it was a life and death battle. It was not that there had never been deaths in the World Cup. There had been deaths over the years, but most of those deaths had occurred in the first few rounds. There had only been one death in the final rounds, and that was back in the 1990s. The North Road Kingdom and the Ice Nation Kingdom were also in a state of mourning. As for the final 6, no, they should be called the top 4 now, and their rankings might be higher. As for the 7th to 11th place, there would not be any improvement. Although the Star Warriors of the North Road Kingdom and the Ice Nation Kingdom were dead, they should be tied for 5th place. Because the worst result of this round was 6th place. Jean Pingchong did not make it into the top 10 in the end and was ranked 11th. That outcome really infuriated Ho Mingming, who was ranked 12th. She could have killed him with a slap, but he was stepping on her head now. Every time she saw the ranking list announced on the screen, Ho Mingming would feel infuriated. Even if there was one person between them, even if there was someone in the 11th place, she would still be stepping on him, but at least it would not be as direct, of course, if one did not look at the problem from a narrow-minded perspective. The deaths of the 2 world-class Star Warriors from the North Road Kingdom and the Ice Nation Kingdom would be a loss to the entire world. Ever since human society had progressed to a certain level, it had been difficult for a world-level war to break out. No one was willing to perish together. However, there were constant small conflicts between countries, and some areas had never been peaceful. However, that was only a war at the human level. Due to the opening of the dimensional spaces in this world, there were beasts and star power surging. The enemies of humans were not only their own kind, but also the terrifying and mysterious dimensional spaces and the creatures that were born behind them. Until today, there was still very little exploration of the upper dimensions by human society, and no one knew the principles behind it. Countless predecessors had explored and searched for answers, but most of them were never heard from, and their whereabouts were unknown. Even those who returned without accomplishing anything were few and far between. The question now was, were the Earthlings organizing the Star Warriors World Cup just to show off their strength and send a message to their own kind and other countries? What kind of creatures existed in the upper dimensions? Why did countless dimensional spaces bloom on Earth? Were there intelligent creatures of a higher level doing and observing something in the dark? Was the Star Warrior World Cup held for a certain type of people? In fact, could the person who promoted the Star Warriors World Cup be a high-level intelligent creature? Jiang Xiao did not know any of this. He had only been here for 2 years. His level was not high enough, so he did not have access to more information. He just wanted to do well in the competition before him. As for the future, Jiang Xiao was not worried about anything. Jiang Xiao believed that according to his current growth rate, the future would always come. At this stage, the World Cup was almost the biggest stage for Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao was rather certain that as long as he took things one step at a time and did what he was supposed to do at each stage, he would only get bigger and bigger. At the thought of this, Jiang Xiao turned to look at his opponent, who was another strong opponent on his way to winning the championship. Saitu Shinji, also known as Gu Xinji, was dressed in a blue national team uniform and had short, black hair. His eyes were sharp like an eagle's, and he was 188 meters tall. He should be considered outstanding in his country. However, putting aside his nationality, his height was nothing to the Star Warriors. There was no doubt that the magical star power was changing the human body. Height and body length were obvious talents. After going through layers of selection, those who made it to the final circle were all God's favored ones. Good physical conditions were the standard for almost all of them. Jiang Xiao, who was still growing, was already 182 centimeters tall, but he was the shortest among the top 4. He was even shorter than Lan Qi. Among the 4 of them, the one with the best physical conditions was, of course, the big shield from the Republic of Will. Sensing Jiang Zhao's gaze, Saitu Shinji looked over too. He was expressionless, and his gaze was extremely sharp, reminding Jiang Xiao of second last. Jiang Xiao had seen many outstanding Star Warriors, but he had only seen Gu Xinji's gaze and second last eyes. Wu Yao, Han Jiangxue, and the others could also be very sharp, but the so-called sharpness was more likely to stop at victory or defeat. Second last, on the other hand, didn't care about victory or defeat and simply focused on life and death. Jiang Xiao stared at Saitu Shinji with an intense gaze and thought, "So, you're also a warrior, right? You've also participated in countless life and death battles and even experienced one war after another?" Jiang Xiao refused to believe that a Star Warrior student could have such a gaze. Jiang Xiao could tell the difference between being tough on the outside and being timid on the inside. No matter how high Saitu Shinji stood, he wouldn't be able to have such an aura if he wasn't a student and didn't have the corresponding experience. Jiang Xiao had observed it himself, but it wasn't reflected in Saitu Shinji's information. Jiang Xiao licked his lips and felt a little excited. If you were a soldier who had gone through real battles, then today's battle would be very, very interesting. Saitu Shinji was slightly stunned. Of course, he had encountered many opponents. Some of his opponents would stare back at him, some would remain silent, and some would avoid looking him in the eye. When Saitu Shinji saw Jiang Zhao's expression, his heart froze. He knew that Jiang Xiao was definitely not a lunatic or a battle maniac. Hence, Jiang Zhao's expression, beep, beep. The referee's whistle sounded. At 9:55 a.m., the contestants from both sides entered the arena. Carrying the giant sword, Jiang Xiao strode into the cage. He stood in the second seat on the west side of the arena. In Jiang Zhao's line of sight, Saitu Shinji was on the opposite side of the arena, while the audience behind him was a sea of blue. Similarly, in Saito Shinji's eyes, Jiang Zhao's figure seemed rather insignificant. Behind Jiang Zhao was the crimson sea that was connected to the sky. A huge piece of red cloth was tossing and turning in the audience's seats. Saito Shinji's sharp gaze suddenly changed. As he looked at the red waves and listened to the familiar language of his hometown, Saito Shinji's eyes dimmed, and he even looked a little desolate. Jiang Zhao believed that Saito Shinji was a strong warrior for him to be able to make it this far. At the very least, he wouldn't show such emotions here. Only when his heart was truly touched would he be unable to control himself. Jiang Zhao shouted in Mandarin, "Gu Shinji?" Saito Shinji pursed his lips and didn't respond. In the arena, the support teams from both sides were shouting loudly. Their slogans were even in sync. It was impossible to hear what the two people on the arena were saying. This led to a special situation. The two people on the arena could almost hear each other's words clearly. Through the microphones, the audience watching from their televisions and computers could also hear their trash talk. Jiang Zhao continued to speak in Mandarin. "Can you understand it?" Saito Shinji nodded. Jiang Zhao asked, "Have you been back before?" Saito Shinji hesitated for a moment before shaking his head gently. Jiang Zhao smirked and said, "I heard from your middle school classmates that you're a cheerful person. Why are you nervous? If you've experienced a real war, why would you be nervous about such a small scene?" Jiang Zhao finally revealed his fox's tail. He was asking if Saito Shinji had really experienced a war before. If the answer was yes, the battle would be very comfortable. Saito Shinji held the sword in his right hand and held it horizontally in front of him. He gently stroked it with his left hand and lowered his head in silence. A 15 or 16-year-old child had left his hometown, friends, and family, and suddenly barged into a foreign country. The language barrier, living habits, and other issues would indeed have a huge impact on one's growth. As for whether it was good or bad, that was another question. Since he was already standing here, Jiang Zhao definitely wouldn't be stingy with using any means to attack his enemy. Jiang Zhao said, "I saw your social media accounts and the photos of you and your companions sneaking into Rivertown University and taking them on Cherry Blossom Avenue. It's very romantic under the cherry blossom tree." Saito Shinji frowned slightly. He didn't look up, but he did raise his eyes to look at Jiang Zhao. A piercingly cold aura was emitted, as if he had already locked onto his prey. However, Jiang Zhao was unmoved. He smiled and asked, "Is she all right? Is there any contact?" Saito Shinji said, "Shut up." "Huh?" Jiang Zhao grinned. "You can talk, huh?" Saito Shinji pointed his sword at Jiang Zhao from afar and said, "I thought we'd stop here." "Hee hee." Jiang Zhao smiled in disdain. "Stop fooling around." Saito Shinji used his words and actions to prove it. "Just like how I treat Fanrin of the Daihatsu Star Warrior and how I treat your schoolmate, Ho Mingming." Jiang Zhao nodded, but then shook his head and said, "Don't stop here. There are only two outcomes for me in this battle." Saito Shinji looked at Jiang Zhao quietly. Jiang Zhao rubbed the back of his head and said jokingly, "Either you win or you die." Saito Shinji raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the sea of red behind Jiang Zhao. He remained silent for a while, then held his sword with both hands and stood in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "As you wish." Jiang Zhao bent down and dragged the giant sword to the right side of his body. "I couldn't ask for more." Beep beep. Begin. Swoosh. Cherry blossoms danced in the air. Bang. A green glow flashed. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 605. I'm adding an update to the old memories. There's one more update at 8 a.m. requesting monthly votes for support. I'll go. Maku exclaimed in shock as he looked at the scene in disbelief. The match had just begun, and the cherry blossoms hadn't even fallen yet. Saito Nobuyuki had already drawn a line of cherry blossoms with the wind and rain. It was difficult for people to see his movements clearly, but the trajectory of the falling cherry blossoms revealed his trajectory. Jiang Zhao straightened his giant sword, and green glow appeared on the blade. causing Saito Nobuyuki to be blasted away. Jiang Xiao raised his left hand and threw a shot of sound of silence. Saito Nobuyuki, who was flying backward rapidly, suddenly flashed and appeared on the ground like a ghost. It was also at this moment that cherry blossoms began to fall from the sky in this huge green field and within this iron cage. Not only could he dodge the blessing, but he could also dodge the large-scale sound of silence. Saito Nobuyuki's figure disappeared again, but Jiang Xiao threw the sound of silence at his feet. Okay, cough, cough. Both of them made strange guttural sounds, which was the after effect of being smashed by sound of silence. In this domain of silence, the Tang saber and the giant blade intertwined, creating a scene of saber light and sword shadows, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Is this a live lesson? Saito Nobuyuki's movements were extremely fast. Even without the support of the Sakura domain, he still had an absolute advantage in terms of speed. Jiang Xiao stood firmly on the spot, and his giant sword moved horizontally or vertically as he blocked the attacks from the front and back. He actually managed to resist Saito Nobuyuki's continuous attacks. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of weapons colliding was rather crisp, and sparks could even be seen occasionally. In the short 10 seconds of sound of silence, Saito Nobuyuki's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Under the attack of the Tang Dao from all directions, Jiang Xiao seemed to have entered the snowfield state. His eyes were lifeless and had lost their luster. There was no longer any emotion in them, and his expression had also become lifeless. There were nearly 50,000 people in the stadium, and the cheers were getting louder and louder. The intense hand-to-hand combat made everyone excited. To the bewilderment of the Star Warriors, the two of them seemed to have forgotten that they had star techniques and were still competing on the west side of the arena. In a small hall of a hotel in Edo City, Ho Mingming clenched her fists tightly as she watched the two of them exchange blows on the screen. This was the root of her failure. She was unable to stop Saito Nobuyuki from getting close to her. In fact, she was unable to even survive the torrential barrage of attacks. Therefore, she could only leave her fate to the bombardment of arrows. Jiang Xiao used his actions to prove that he was different from her. Even if he did not use any star techniques and his physique was worse than hers, his defense was still impenetrable. In fact, when he suddenly took a step back and gently raised his elbow, Saito Nobuyuki was forced to take a few steps back while the blood in his chest surged. Finally, Saito Nobuyuki changed his fighting style. His body flashed, and a path of cherry blossoms appeared once again. The petals scattered down the path, and he returned to the eastern half of the arena where he had been at the beginning of the battle. The 30 seconds of close combat made people feel intoxicated. It was as if only 10 seconds had passed. Time actually passed so quickly. Jiang Xiao held the giant sword in his hand and looked at Saito Nobuyuki from afar before shaking his head gently. Saito Nobuyuki looked furious. Ever since the trash talk segment began, Saito Nobuyuki's emotions had been unstable. The red waves behind Jiang Xiao had cracked open his tough shell, and Jiang Zhao's subsequent trash talk had also stirred up Saito Nobuyuki's emotions. Now, Jiang Zhao's silent shake of his head was so detestable and provocative. Immediately after, Saito Nobuyuki's figure flashed again. Jiang Xiao threw another shot of sound of silence, but, judging from the path of the falling cherry blossoms, Saito Nobuyuki had turned back. Jiang Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly and retreated hurriedly. Saito Nobuyuki waved the Tang sword in his hand repeatedly, and cherry blossoms suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Xiao one after another before exploding. Jiang Xiao stopped retreating for a moment and stomped his feet. He placed his left hand in front of his face and leaped backward, almost in a lying position. Behind him, the cherry blossoms that appeared quietly exploded, blasting him out of the domain of sound of silence. At the next moment, there was a flash of sword light. He arrived first, and the flowers fell later. The moment Jiang Xiao left the domain of sound of silence, his body suddenly disappeared, and he stood at the top of the cage. Saito Nobuyuki's sword missed, and he could not help but snort coldly. Then, he quickly turned around to look for his enemy. Jiang Shao also appeared on his left. Ding! The giant sword collided with the Tang sword again, but Saito Nobuyuki's expression changed. He felt that he had expended a lot of energy and lost some of his star power. In front of him, Jiang Shao had already stepped on the halo of nostalgia. Saito Nobuyuki's pupils constricted slightly. He did not face Jiang Zhao's second slash at all and moved away quickly. Jiang Zhao's figure also flashed, and he appeared where Saito Nobuyuki was. What happened next was something that no one could accept at all. In a green field filled with cherry blossoms, the two of them appeared and disappeared mysteriously. 1 second ago, they were fighting in the bottom corner of the western half of the field. The next second, they were entangled in the middle. The next second, the battlefield had shifted to the bottom line of the eastern half of the field. When the two of them appeared, there was bound to be 1 to 2 rounds of sword clashes. When the two of them disappeared, everyone was looking for them and secretly guessing where they would appear. The online live broadcast room was already in an uproar. Such a battle was really a feast for the eyes. After all, in the World Cup, there were a few people who could move at high speed, but only one could chase after someone in a flash. What is this? Oh my god. These two are in a fantasy world, but they're fighting with the charm of wuxia. God Pai is chasing after Gu XNG, right? Am I seeing things? Is there anyone who can see clearly who has the upper hand and who is chasing who? Amidst the sea of bullet screen comments, a bullet screen pointed out the crux of the matter. God Pai is going to wear Gu XING down. On the field, Saito Nobuyuki obviously felt it too. Every time their weapons collided, he would lose some of his stamina and star power. If this continued, he would only be greeted with defeat and death. Hence, Saito Nobuyuki was furious. When the two of them suddenly appeared at the edge of the eastern half of the field, cherry blossoms exploded where they were. Rumble! Jiang Shao instinctively flashed away and stepped on the top of the iron cage that was 10 meters tall again. A layer of cherry blossoms fell from Saito Nobuyuki's body. He was actually unscathed in the violent explosion. Saito Nobuyuki stretched out his hand, and a layer of cherry blossoms quietly pieced together and scattered around his body like a pink and white cherry blossom armor. Those delicate petals weren't as fragile as people imagined them to be. Rumble! The cherry blossoms under Jiang Zhao's feet exploded again. Jiang Zhao's body flashed, and he appeared directly behind Saito Nobuyuki on the right. He slashed his sword again, but Saito Nobuyuki did not use his weapon to block it. Instead, he seemed to want to exchange blows with Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao tilted his head, and the cherry blossom armor was smashed by the giant sword. However, the cherry blossom armor that was slightly further away from Saito Nobuyuki's body did not provide Jiang Shao with any stamina. Instead, it only provided him with a small amount of star power. It was a defensive star technique. Jiang Shao nodded in his heart. He was well aware of Saito Nobuyuki's star technique, so he wasn't surprised. However, Saito Nobuyuki had indeed found a way to deal with it so quickly. Jiang Shao dodged Saito Nobuyuki's blade that was aimed at Jiang Zhao's left eye, but the cold blade brushed past Jiang Zhao's temple. Saito Nobuyuki turned his wrist and slashed with his Tang sword. At the same time, the cherry blossoms on Jiang Zhao's left side exploded again. Whoosh! Jiang Zhao's figure flashed again. The overwhelming and frightening battle finally came to a halt. Jiang Shao seemed to have gained the upper hand in the second stage of the battle. Saito Nobuyuki stood in the arena and looked up at Jiang Shao, who was standing on top of the cage. He then waved his Tang sword again. Rumble! The sound of an explosion was accompanied by the sound of thunder. At some point in time, the sky had already been covered with dark clouds. Saito Nobuyuki's expression changed, and he raised his left hand, after which a set of cherry blossom armor appeared again. This time, it did not just cover his chest. Instead, it covered his entire body from head to toe, forming a complete set of cherry blossom armor. Jiang Shao, who appeared at the bottom corner of the west side, said with reddened eyes, "I hate this star technique." The cherry blossom armor appeared on Saito Nobuyuki's body, and his figure became much larger, like a 2.5-meter-tall giant. The sharp tang sword in his hand was also entangled by the cherry blossoms and turned into a huge cherry blossom blade. Saito Nobuyuki said, "It doesn't work on me." Ring, pressing bell in front of his chest, Jiang Shao stared at Saito Nobuyuki from afar, but he did not move at all. The tears of sorrow drizzled on the opponent's huge cherry blossom armor. Although it could not hurt the person inside, under the guidance of nostalgia, the tears of sorrow still continuously transmitted the star power of the cherry blossom armor to Jiang Shao. After Saito Nobuyuki said that, he felt that something was amiss. At the end of the day, Jiang Shao was not a melee fighter, but a medical support. The star techniques of Star Warriors included medical support, endurance support, and weakening support. Saito Nobuyuki gritted his teeth and hollered, after which the cherry blossoms floating around Jiang Shao exploded again. Whoosh! Jiang Zhao's figure flashed, and he stood on top of the cage again. He pressed bell in front of his chest, and the drizzling rain turned into a torrential downpour. In the cage, the cherry blossoms that were originally floating gently in the air were smashed onto the green grass by the heavy rain. Jiang Shao lowered his head and looked at the huge cherry blossom armored samurai through the cage. Under the rain of tears, Jiang Shao was in a bad mood and his voice was a little gloomy. "I don't need to stop." Chapter 606. The cherry blossoms around Jiang Shao fell from the heavy rain. The cherry blossoms on the ground could explode, but the drifting cherry blossoms around Jiang Shao had already been washed away by the heavy rain. "Ah!" The huge Sakura samurai roared, and the tang sword in its hand, which was made of cherry blossoms, lit up with a dazzling light. Its huge figure shuttled rapidly, and a path of cherry blossoms appeared, sending it straight into the sky. Jiang Shao held the huge sword, which was covered in a green glow, and slashed down viciously. "Fight! Fight! I'm afraid you won't fight." Bang! The huge Sakura Tang sword and the huge steel sword collided heavily, separated by the metal cage. A portion of vitality and star power instantly surged into Jiang Zhao's body. However, the huge Sakura Tang sword also shone with a dazzling light. The sound of the explosion was deafening. Flames soared into the sky, and airwaves spread everywhere. Jiang Shao was directly blasted into the sky. His body spun rapidly, and he even felt the blood in his body churning. His internal organs were shaken to the point that they shifted positions. Luckily, he didn't spit out a mouthful of blood, and under the green glow, the huge Sakura samurai's body was directly sent flying diagonally. Like a cannonball, it was directly blasted into the ground. The cherry blossoms scattered, and a deep pit appeared in front of everyone. And in the deep pit, the huge Sakura samurai's armor was shattered. The humanoid, giant armor seemed to be lifeless. In an instant, the stadium, which had a capacity of close to 50,000 people, actually quietened down. One was in the sky, the other was in the ground. The armor was shattered, and the huge sword was shattered. Jiang Shao, who was still flying upwards, flashed in the air and adjusted his position. He shook his slightly muddle-headed head and pressed bell on his chest. The huge sword in his hand was only left with the handle. Jiang Shao had already protected the huge sword very well and used a large amount of star power to cover the blade, but he still couldn't escape the fate of being blasted into pieces. His clothes were also tattered, and he looked extremely miserable. At the same time, water from the tears of sorrow gradually gathered in the huge pit below the ground. A hand suddenly reached out from the edge of the pit and dug into the soil. Then, a young man with torn clothes and a mouthful of blood crawled out. This time, there was no Sakura armor. This time, the torrential rain just poured on him. "Xiaopi! Ah! Xiaopi, be careful!" Everyone's focus was different. Some of them were looking at Saito Nobuyuki, while others were looking at Jiang Shao, who was falling from the sky. Yi Xuanyang clasped her hands together in front of her and shouted in shock. The camera turned at the right time and moved to the small figure in the sky, far away. As the camera zoomed in, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Jiang Xiao seemed to have suffered quite a bit from the explosion. He had already adjusted his position with blink and got rid of the rotation and inertia. However, at this moment, Jiang Zhao's head was facing downwards and he was falling vertically. Wake up, Jiang Xiaopi. Wake up. Flash. Jiang Xiaopi. Jiang Xiaopi. The Crimson Ocean on the west side of the field suddenly erupted with a loud commotion. Jiang Xiaopi's name was being chanted loudly. Jiang Xiao panted heavily and pressed Bell against his chest again. Feeling the intense weightlessness with a calm mind, Jiang Xiao, who was falling freely, turned around and looked at the stadium below. In the tier field, Jiang Xiao also sensed the young man who was kneeling on the ground and struggling to get up. There was not much star power left in Saito Nobuyuki's body, and he seemed to be struggling. Not only was he injured, but his vitality was also rapidly fading away. The most fatal thing was probably his own emotions. In the heavy rain, Saito Nobuyuki probably had no more strength to fight. His attempt to stand up seemed to be futile. Jiang Xiao closed his eyes and descended vertically, allowing the strong wind to whistle past his ears. He could feel Saito Nobuyuki's slight and trembling movements. Since we're opponents, there's no need to stop. Young man, are you kidding me? Amidst the loud commotion, Jiang Zhao's figure flashed, and he landed steadily beside Saito Nobuyuki. What should we do? Will he be killed? Is he going to lose? Waves of exclamations came from the sea of blue spectator seats. They seemed to have predicted what was about to happen. Saito Nobuyuki didn't resist at all. He didn't seem to have expected danger to befall him. As Jiang Xiao bent down, danger indeed befell him. Saito Nobuyuki, whose mood plummeted and his mind was in a mess, half knelt on the ground and tried to stand up. However, he suddenly felt a hand patting his back. Saito Nobuyuki was dumbfounded. In the heavy rain, he felt the person beside him squatting down and pressing his shoulder instead of his back. All of a sudden, the crowd fell silent again. No one knew what Jiang Xiao was going to do. Why did he do that? In front of everyone, Jiang Xiao squatted down and moved his head close to Saito Nobuyuki's ear, seemingly whispering something. Saito Nobuyuki's breathing was short and rapid. Jiang Zhao's voice sounded in his ear with a hint of mockery. Your playmates have all fulfilled their promises and entered the University of Rivertown. Ever since you left, the cherry blossoms in my hometown have been blooming every year. However, it was this ridiculing remark that completely froze the chaotic scenes in Saito Shinji's mind into a single scene. Jiang Xiao stood up, patted him on the shoulder, and murmured softly, "Go home, Gu Shinji." All of a sudden, Gu Shinji felt a lump in his throat and tears welled up in his eyes. The rain gradually stopped, and Jiang Xiao frowned slightly. He lowered his head to look at Gu Shinji, who was trembling and sobbing. During the World Cup, Jiang Xiao had used the star technique Sorrowful Tears many times, but each time he would encounter intense resistance. There was finally a player who was behaving normally. That was the state he should be in when he was feeling down. Jiang Xiao believed that Gu Shinji was definitely a strong warrior. However, he was also the one who knelt on the ground under the effects of sorrowful tears. He was sobbing uncontrollably. Gu Shinji's clothes were tattered and he was drenched all over. He covered his face with both hands while crystalline tears mixed with the rainwater flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. It was unknown if there were more rainwater or more tears. His sobbing voice made everyone's hearts ache. "I miss home. I can't go home. Jiang Xiao frowned and thought, his emotions are probably real. Gu Shinji suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his head and gazed at the dusky sky, while two streams of tears flowed down from his eyes. His sorrowful and helpless appearance caused others to be unable to help but feel sad in their hearts. As Gu Shinji raised his head to look at the sky, everyone finally saw his expression clearly, and gasps of astonishment could be heard. What happened? Mako asked while staring at the face on the screen in a daze. Yi Xuanyang covered her mouth with one hand while her lips trembled slightly. She was in a dilemma. Although the young man was their opponent, and he was a foreign player in name, Everyone was well aware of Gu Xingji's background. Regardless of nationality or skin color, just the sight of such a young man who was crying with his head raised in grief would make anyone feel pity for him. Jiang Shao hesitated. Gu Xingji's words just now made Jiang Shao feel the urge to stop when the time was right. He didn't need it, but the other party needed it very much. Jiang Shao remained silent for a while, before finally raising his right hand. Since you've clearly stopped when it came to Fan Ren and Ho Ho, I shall return the favor. Ring, 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 to everyone's surprise, Jiang Shao actually threw out Bell on the arena. This was the second time Jiang Shao had healed his opponent in a match. This was clearly an unusual move. The crisp and melodious sound of Bell rang continuously as the bouncing medical light shuttled back and forth between the two of them. Gu Xingji slowly closed his eyes and lowered his head as if he was in the process of calming down. The referee had no reason to blow the whistle before 20 minutes had passed. Jiang Shao had obviously given up the opportunity to kill his opponent just now. As Bell flickered, both parties seemed to be fighting, so the referee had no reason to blow the whistle. This match was probably one of the strangest since the start of the World Cup. There was always silence in the stadium, and sometimes this state would last for a long time. Before the lingering sound of Bell dissipated, Jiang Shao stood on the left side of Gu Xingji and, watch out! Jiang Zhao's right fist landed on Gu Xingji's chin amidst the screams of the crowd. Gu Xingji's chin was exposed in front of a boxer like Jiang Shao, and he did not resist at all. Hence, the outcome seemed to have been decided. Under the huge force, Gu Xingji's body fell to the ground, and he suffered a heavy blow. His body even slid a meter away on the wet lawn before coming to a stop. However, Jiang Shao did not stop chasing after him. The purpose of Bell was not to heal your injuries, but to stabilize your emotions. However, no matter what you've experienced, I'm going to win this match. Jiang Shao strode forward and leaped up. At the same time, he propped up his elbow and looked at Gu Xingji, who was lying limply on the ground with tears in his eyes. Jiang Shao seemed to have pounced into Gu Xingji's arms. The heavy elbow strike was so ferocious and decisive. Bang! The heavy and ferocious elbow struck Gu Xingji's fragile chin again. Jiang Shao was already a star warrior in the Galaxy stage, and his attributes were at least average. Kacha! Jiang Shao seemed to have heard the sound of bones breaking, and Gu Xingji, who could not resist at all, fainted. Beep beep, beep beep. The referee's voice sounded just in time. China. Victory. Jiang Shao wiped his wet face and slowly stood up. Looking at the unconscious man at his feet, he thought to himself, I'm going to kill him. If he can come back, maybe there's more to our story than this. A team of Star Warriors quickly stepped forward and hurriedly pushed Jiang Shao away. They then immediately healed the unconscious Gu Xingji. Jiang Zhao's body swayed a little from the push, and he staggered a few steps before regaining his balance. He raised his right fist high and aimed it at the audience on the west side. He saw a group of cheering figures and the boiling crimson ocean. I've been reincarnated. I'm still born on that land. It's an honor. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 607. Maka's excited voice could be heard in thousands of households. He shouted, "We won! Jiang Xiaopi won! It's unprecedented! He's the first medical Star Warrior to enter the finals. He has challenged people's understanding of Star Warriors time and time again with his actions." Yi Xuanyang did not forget about the team competition of the World Cup. She also yelled. Jiang Xiaopi followed in the footsteps of the Xiangnan Military Academy and made it to the final rounds of the individual competition of the World Cup. His skills are at the peak. Although he has few star techniques, they are well matched. There's no need to doubt his willpower and determination. Everything that Jiang Xiaopi has done is definitely not inferior to the 4 soldiers of the Xiangnan Military Academy. At this moment, you must be fantasizing about the same outcome as me, right? Yi Xuanyang's words were indeed a little unexpected. She had always been Jiang Xiaopi's loyal fan. During every live broadcast, she would always try to smooth things over for Jiang Xiaopi and give the audience some psychological support. But this time, Yi Xuanyang seemed to be overly emotional. Under the fluttering flags and listening to the singing of the national anthem by the surrounding crowd, Yi Xuanyang spoke of her expectations for the final battle of the World Cup team competition and the individual competition. Unbelievable. It's simply unbelievable. We actually made it to the finals. Ma Ku exclaimed agitatedly. Jiang Xiaopi's opponent will be the winner of the European Shield and the Flower of Lanqi. The host kept broadcasting. In the grassy field, reporter Yang Yang ran up quickly. Xiaopi, congratulations. You've made it to the finals. You're the first medical star warrior to make it to the finals. Yang Yang and the cameraman rushed over, but they paused halfway through their sentence. Yang Yang discovered Jiang Xiaopi's abnormality. Yang Yang was a reporter who followed Jiang Xiaopi around. Of course, he knew about Jiang Xiaopi's various star techniques. He reckoned that no one would be in a good mood after seeing the star technique of Rain of Tears. Yang Yang slowed down and asked, "Contestant Jiang Xiaopi, can you accept the interview now? We can give you some time, or we can leave the interview in the locker room." "Thank you." Jiang Xiaopi grinned, looking a little forced. "You'd better ask now. I'll slip away in a while. It's noon. It's time for lunch." Yang Yang was speechless. This answer was very down to earth. It could be seen that Jiang Xiao was also using this method to comfort everyone who was watching him and to show that he was fine. Fang Xingyan walked over with a national team uniform. Her face was filled with excitement, and her heart was filled with pride. However, at the same time, Fang Xingyan was also a little worried about Jiang Zhao's emotions. This was rare. She did not come here to restrict Jiang Xiao from answering her questions. Instead, she was here to carefully observe Jiang Zhao's mental state. Jiang Zhao's response had undoubtedly made Fang Xingyan feel reassured. Fang Xingyan draped the jacket over Jiang Zhao's body. Jiang Zhao's entire body was drenched, and there were droplets of water sliding down his forehead. Fang Xingyan did not know whether it was sweat or rainwater. She reached out to wipe the water droplets off his forehead. She thought to herself, "I'll buy it for you, great hero. Whatever you want to eat, teacher will buy it for you." While thinking, Fang Xingyan retreated to the back of the camera. Jiang Xiao smiled at Fang Xingyan gratefully. During the competition, just now, the final blow of the giant cherry blossom blade had shattered the steel blade that was protected by layers of star power. Although the target of the attack was not Jiang Xiao himself, Jiang Zhao's clothes were inevitably affected by the surging waves of air. Jiang Zhao's shirt was tattered and his chest was even vaguely revealed. The t-shirt he was wearing seemed to have revealed the number 2 and 9. However, the calligraphy was very large, and it was impossible to tell that it was the complete number 29. Yang Yang asked, "Was winning this competition part of your plan? Was making it to the finals also part of your plan?" Jiang Xiao nodded and then shook his head. Seeing that Jiang Xiao did not speak for a long time, Yang Yang finally realized that he had already answered the 2 questions. He hurriedly continued, "I think many people have doubts. At the last moment, what did you say to Gu? Saitu Shinsuke?" Jiang Xiao remained silent for a while before saying, "I asked him which restaurant has the most authentic hot dry noodles." Yang Yang was dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao grinned at the camera and seemed to have recovered a lot. He chuckled and said, "After the competition, it's considered my summer vacation. I'm going to Jiangshan to have some fun." Yang Yang had a strange expression on his face and said, "Then he cried?" Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, "Maybe. He's also a foodie. Fighting consumes a lot of energy. There will always be times when humans cry when they're hungry." Yang Yang was dumbfounded. There's something to this answer. I almost believed it. Jiang Xiao did not wait for Yang Yang to speak and said, "One last question. I'm in a hurry to wash up. My body is all wet and it's too uncomfortable." Yang Yang hurriedly asked, "Are you confident about the upcoming final competition?" Jiang Xiao replied without hesitation, "I'll give it my all." After saying that, Jiang Xiao walked away and waved at Yang Yang. "Let's talk later." "Talk later? Go to hell." Yang Yang had no choice but to watch helplessly as Jiang Zhao's profile picture turned gray and he went offline, under Fang Xinyan's escort. Jiang Xiao and Fang Xingyan passed by the substitute bench, and several members of the coaching team stepped forward to pat Jiang Xiao on the shoulder, congratulate him, and encourage him. Jiang Xiao responded to them one by one, and they strode towards the players' tunnel. When they passed by the spectators' stands on both sides of the players' tunnel, the noises from the stands on both sides became louder. The spectators swarmed to the railings and shouted loudly. Amidst the shouts, a familiar voice sounded, which sounded especially recognizable to Jiang Xiao. "Xiaopi! Xiaopi!" Jiang Xiao stopped and looked up, only to see that Xia Yan's face was smeared with paint. She was jumping up and down agitatedly, and her upper body was still leaning out of the railings, making him worry that she would fall. Although there might be some hidden talents in the audience, and there might be some star warriors, most of them were ordinary people. After all, with Xia Yan's physique, it was relatively easy for her to squeeze into that position. Seeing that Jiang Xiao had stopped, Xia Yan and the rest of the spectators became even more enthusiastic. Jiang Xiao looked at her in horror and thought, "Husky, don't lean down. You're really going to fall." Jiang Xiao hurriedly stepped forward and reached out to catch her. Xia Yan seemed to have misunderstood him and thought that he was going to catch her. She froze for a short second before closing her eyes and ignoring everything else. She really flipped over and got down. "You can come down, but don't fall head first." "You?" Jiang Xiao reacted quickly and grabbed Xia Yan's ankle. Fortunately, he was now the same height as Xia Yan. With his arms raised high, Xia Yan's head wouldn't hit the ground. Jiang Xiao was also flustered due to his concern. With Xia Yan's skills, she could easily adjust her body with her hands on the ground. At this moment, Xia Yan, who was falling head first, was supporting herself with her hands on the ground. The scene was rather awkward. Jiang Xiao hurriedly let go of her ankle, after which she immediately stood up straight. The emotions of the spectators were completely different from Jiang Xiao's. All of them, including Xia Yan, were extremely agitated and excited because Jiang Xiao had almost created a miracle. However, Jiang Xiao was different. He still had the aftereffects of Rain of Tears. To be exact, it was the emotional product of the combination of tears of sorrow and bell. He was now extremely calm and pessimistic. He should be excited and joyful, but it was impossible for him not to be at the moment. Jiang Xiao could feel Xia Yan hugging him and slapping his back vigorously. He grimaced in pain and felt that the atmosphere was getting more and more intense. The spectators on both sides were about to fall. Hence, Jiang Xiao simply wrapped his arms around Xia Yan's waist and walked straight into the tunnel. The environment could really affect a person. When the clamor outside the stadium became softer and softer, Xia Yan seemed to have recovered a lot. She struggled to land on the ground and carefully looked at Jiang Zhao's expression. "What's wrong with you, Xiaopi? I'm so happy. Why aren't you reacting at all?" Jiang Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said, "Tears of sorrow." "Oh." Xia Yan nodded, seemingly deep in thought. She then turned her beautiful eyes and suddenly leaned towards Jiang Zhao's face, kissing him gently with her cherry lips. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Xia Yan put her hands behind her back and tilted her head. She looked at Jiang Xiao and pursed her lips into a smile. "Are you feeling better?" Jiang Xiao scratched his head and looked at the team of coaches behind him. However, the teachers were all chatting casually. At the very least, they pretended to be chatting casually. No one looked at Jiang Xiao. Only Fang Xingyun glared at Xia Yan. Jiang Xiao turned around to look at Xia Yan and said, "Almost." "Huh?" Xia Yan's eyes widened and her expression changed abruptly. She elbowed Jiang Xiao in the ribs and muttered, "One reward is enough. You're so greedy. The next time you get a reward, it'll be when you win the championship." Jiang Xiao gasped in pain and bent over, clutching his ribs with one hand. "You rascal. Okay. I'll give you one more reward. Take it as a reward for Xue Xue." Xia Yan pursed her lips and hugged Jiang Zhao's head with both hands. She then smacked his forehead forcefully and even made a sound. Mua. In the end, Jiang Xiao used his forehead to push Xia Yan away. While walking toward the locker room, he said angrily, "I should have made you fall to the ground. Dream on. With my skills, how can I fall?" Xia Yin chuckled and swiped her finger across her face, after which she wiped it on Jiang Zhao's forehead. She then changed the topic. What do you want to eat? Let's go for a barbecue? Jiang Xiao immediately put aside their differences and wiped his forehead. Sure. The team of coaches at the back was speechless. Fang Xingyan looked at the two kids who were fighting and saw that Jiang Zhao's emotions were gradually recovering. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief. There were many ways to heal one's body and mind. Xia Yan's method, well, it was very peculiar. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 608. According to incomplete statistics, in every battle, there would be a giant blade that would shatter. Please send your donation to the following account. Let's warm this world with love and let every toxic healer who loves to fight be able to use a better giant sword. Bastard. He actually took my goddess yin away. Sob, I want a hug too. Damn you, Jiang Xiaopi, impressive. You're so proud. You're going to be the champion. If you win, I'll be your fan for life. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. Goddess Yin, I thought you were at your peak after entering the World Cup, but I didn't expect that to be just the beginning. Jiang Xiao ate the barbecued meat while scrolling through his mobile phone. At the side, Xia Yin couldn't help but tap the grill with her chopsticks and say, Hey, just watch it for a while. Why don't I read it out for you? Jiang Xiao blinked and recalled the embarrassing scene in the taxi back then. He hurriedly put away his mobile phone. In fact, Jiang Xiao had been looking at his Weibo. He could still speak normally in the place where the toxic milk powder gathered. If he were to really scroll through the news, he would definitely receive a lot of compliments. Xia Yin looked at Jiang Zhao's actions and finally picked up a piece of meat while muttering. The day after tomorrow will be the third and fourth teams of the team competition, as well as the championship. After that competition, Xue and the others should come over to meet us. Jiang Xiao nodded, put down his mobile phone, and began to eat the meat. Xia Yin was amused and exasperated at the same time. She felt extremely fortunate that Jiang Xiao had obtained so many achievements and gained so many halos. However, he was still the toxic healer. He did not become complacent. Jiang Xiao suddenly said, Have you seen the first group's competition? North Road versus Iceland. Xia Yin nodded and said, I watched it with my mobile phone. Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, You have the star technique bursting tears, which is also an earth-shattering star technique. Qin Wanchuan mentioned the special thing about the star technique bursting tears. It's extremely powerful, but it doesn't cause much damage to the body. That's why he allowed you to absorb it. I think we should find a time to try it when we get back. Xia Yin asked, Jiang Xiao said firmly, No matter how powerful it is, you shouldn't treat it as a means to perish together. I hope that every time you use it, I will be by your side. Xia Yin nodded indifferently. With a solemn expression, Jiang Xiao said, When we get back, let's test its power and see what the situation is like. If I ask you to use the star technique burst tears only with my permission, will you agree? Xia Yin looked at Jiang Zhao's serious expression and understood what he was worried about. Xia Yin couldn't help but feel a little touched. She finally put down her chopsticks, rested her chin on one hand, and looked at Jiang Xiao. Why are you being so serious? I'm not used to being mischievous. Jiang Xiao was overjoyed. Of course, he would grant such requests. Jiang Xiao imitated Xia Yin and pouted. I'm so angry. How did he become so strong? I can't beat him. I really have to call him Brother Xiaopi from now on. Wow, I'm so angry. Xia Yin immediately widened her eyes in bewilderment. Seeing that the situation was amiss, Jiang Xiao frantically said, Actually, you're very powerful too. Don't bother about your star pet. When we get back, let's go and get the Desperado's Star Technique Desperado. Your speed is definitely not slower than Gu Xinji's, and your lethality might even be higher. Xia Yin finally glared at Jiang Xiao with hatred. She then picked up her chopsticks and lowered her head to eat the meat. Both of them clearly discovered that there was a huge change in the way they interacted with each other. In fact, this change had already been apparent the last time they had barbecued meat. As for the timing of this change, Perhaps it shouldn't be called a timing, but a time period. It was the World Cup trip that had lasted more than a month. In the world of Star Warriors, strength was still the most important thing. Jiang Zhao's mentality didn't change much, but Xia Yin no longer treated him like a younger brother. Jiang Zhao continued, "Some of your star techniques exist to complement me. You know what kind of effect we'll have when we're together. Don't limit yourself to fighting alone. Besides, even if it's a one-on-one battle, you're not bad either." Okay, Xia Yin scratched her head in distress. Jiang Xiao was telling the truth. Be it brutality or body of star power, Jiang Xiao could perfectly make up for their shortcomings. Being by Jiang Zhao's side was like adding wings to a tiger. However, she also needed some time to adapt to such a way of getting along with him. After all, Jiang Zhao's strength was recognized by the world, and Xia Yin was also aware of that fact. However, she had to change from being a nanny to a baby being taken care of. Not everyone could change immediately. Jiang Xiao said softly, "After we go back, I'll teach you all the techniques related to the giant blade. Just don't be afraid of suffering." Xia Yin humphed coldly and said, "How is that possible? Hurry up and eat, then." Jiang Xiao chuckled and continued, "The coaching team is almost done eating. Don't let them wait too long." After bidding farewell to Xia Yin, Jiang Xiao returned to the hotel that he was staying at under the guidance of the coaching team. Jiang Xiao had back in his room immediately. It had been 37 days since the start of the World Cup. Although Jiang Xiao was full of energy, he was a little exhausted mentally. The long competition schedule was undoubtedly a tough test for the contestants. Jiang Xiao rummaged through the tattered t-shirt in his backpack and looked at the numbers on it, feeling a sense of spiritual support. There's one more round, just one more round. There was a brand new steel giant blade on the side of the sofa. After being selected for the national team, everyone's weapons were recorded in the team. Of course, there wouldn't be any mistakes in the logistics and supplies of the national team. Jiang Xiao walked into the bathroom with a change of clothes and took a comfortable shower. He then walked to the sofa and turned on the television. There was an important competition at 1:30 p.m. It would decide who Jiang Zhao's opponent would be. Of course, Jiang Xiao wouldn't miss the opportunity to study his opponent. It was worth mentioning that Jiang Xiao had obtained another 100 skill points after the competition in the morning. Together with the 100 skill points he had obtained in each round, he now had a total of 3,998 skill points. If he were to treat it as money, it should be the standard amount to buy a home appliance. There was still more than 10 minutes before the start of the competition. Jiang Xiao picked up his phone and sent a video call to Han Jiangxue. Jiang Xiao didn't plan to watch the competition with his teammates today. If nothing went wrong, the coaches would have 3 days to study his opponent with him. After the video call was connected, Jiang Xiao snapped back to his senses and saw a delicate face. Jiang Xiao knew that she must have relaxed after seeing that it was his call. Otherwise, Jiang Xiao would have seen an expressionless face. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Xiao and said softly, "They will be proud of you." "Them? Parents that I've never met?" Jiang Xiao nodded and asked, "What about you?" Han Jiangxue smirked and said, "Of course. In fact, I don't know what to say anymore. I'm well aware of your abilities. I've always been well aware of them. I also know that you'll definitely be able to achieve something. It's just that everything happened too quickly and I was caught off guard." Han Jiangxue took a deep breath and continued, "Second last has taught you well. Just like what the media said, your spirit and willpower are worthy of your abilities. You're a qualified warrior." Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "Don't believe the media. I didn't even dare to read their reports after the competition. They're all spouting nonsense and making wild guesses." Han Jiangxue smiled gently and said, "I know you. At least this time, they're right about what they've said." Jiang Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. Upon hearing the sound coming from the television, Jiang Xiao subconsciously looked up to see that the third group had already begun. Jiang Xiao picked up the remote control and turned down the volume of the television. Han Jiangxue suddenly said, "Our reward is out." Jiang Xiao immediately perked up and looked at the screen of his mobile phone. "World Cup reward? What kind of reward?" Yeah. Han Jiangxue paused for a moment before continuing. The World Cup doesn't give any rewards. Only the top 3 will get prizes. This is a tradition. Given your current ranking, you'll definitely get one. Jiang Xiao asked in bewilderment. What about your reward? Han Jiangxue said, it's given by the country, the National Star Warriors Association, and our school. Jiang Xiao nodded in anticipation and gestured for Han Jiangxue to continue. Han Jiangxue said, the first is the letter of recommendation. Regardless of which team or organization we want to join after graduation, the Star Warriors Association will write us a letter of recommendation. Of course, they also hope that we can prioritize working in the Star Warriors Association. Jiang Xiao grinned and said, even if there's no letter of recommendation, you'll still be able to enter any organization you want because of your halo, right? Han Jiangxue shook her head and said, I didn't pay much attention to it. I'm only in year 1, and it's still a long time before I can exchange for it. Jiang Xiao asked, oh, anything else? Han Jiangxue nodded and said, the Star Warriors Association asked us to submit the star beads we want, so I submitted the star bead of the Void Calamity. Jiang Xiao frowned slightly and said, yeah, it's great that you've acquired a star technique related to teleportation. I'm just afraid that you'll acquire the spatial star technique. Han Jiangxue said softly, I'm submitting it for you. Jiang Xiao froze for a moment and asked, huh? Han Jiangxue pursed her lips and said, the star bead of the Void Calamity is too precious. We have to seize this opportunity. If you can use this star bead, Han Jiangxue paused for 2 seconds before continuing. If you can absorb the star bead of the Void Calamity, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds. You really need that kind of star technique for support. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he thought, what does Han Jiangxue mean? Of course, she knows that Jiang Xiao has the Void Calamity, and she even stayed in it for a long time. What does she mean by that? Jiang Xiao thought about it and immediately figured it out. It was inconvenient to reveal secrets over the phone. Hence, Han Jiangxue was implicitly expressing that she hoped that Jiang Xiao could use the star bead to upgrade the quality of his star technique. The star bead of the Void Calamity was undoubtedly precious, and probably only a competition like this could arrange a reward of such a level. She wanted to take this opportunity to help Jiang Xiao upgrade the 2 star techniques of the Void Calamity to diamond quality. Wow, sis, you still have 1 more star slot to fill, yet you're leaving this precious reward opportunity to me? Jiang Xiao opened his mouth and remained speechless for a long time. Han Jiangxue continued, as for the reward given by the Capital Star Warriors University, it will be decided by the school. I don't have to report it. However, according to the teachers, they think that I lack control and displacement. The school may reward me with such star beads, or give me a chance to capture star pets. Jiang Xiao asked, capture star pets? Han Jiangxue nodded and said, let's study it properly after we return to China. Jiang Xiao nodded repeatedly and said, okay. Han Jiangxue said, hurry up and watch the competition then. I'll go to the venue to see you on the day of the finals. Jiang Xiao suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, before the World Cup begins, have you ever thought that the first time you come to watch me in a competition would be the finals? Han Jiangxue's breathing paused for a moment, and she couldn't help but glare at Jiang Xiao when she saw him chuckling. Lord Pai, you're really getting cooler and cooler. After hanging up, Jiang Xiao put down his mobile phone and looked up at the television. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Xiao saw the Shield of Europe on the television screen, who was holding his warhammer high and roaring at the sky. Okay, apart from his younger brother in the 7th round, the rest of his opponents were all reputable figures. The battle for the championship was finally determined. The Shield of Europe versus the Toxic Healer of China. Jiang Xiao sighed softly and said, this trip to the World Cup is really damn worth it. Young people are full of setbacks and obstacles. Although that's the case, why are there so many obstacles along the way? Ah, the flower of Lanqi is so beautiful. I really want to fight with Hua Hua. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 609. 2 days later, in the small auditorium of a hotel in Jianghu City. The students participating in the individual round and the members of a national team held their breaths as they watched the competition on the big screen with excitement. The battle for third and fourth place had already ended, and the competition had been fought to the point where the sky was dark and the earth was dark. The battle for the third and fourth places was definitely not inferior to the battle for the championship. Why? Is it because only the top 3 will be rewarded? Of course, that was part of the reason, but for the group of star warriors who had integrated blood and sweat into their careers, honor might be what they really wanted. Compared to the third place, the term last place was unfamiliar to many people. The entire army of the Jacob Kingdom attacked and was no longer on the defensive. Even the only medical awakened star warrior had turned into a mysterious assassin and started a thrilling battle with the gods of the North Road Kingdom. However, there was a reason why they were called non-mainstream. If they wanted to become mainstream, they would need time and hard power. Most of the non-mainstream forces would gradually die out with the passage of time. Jacob lost and came in 4th place in the World Cup team competition. The gods of the North Road Kingdom finally got their revenge. Ever since the death of the North Sea god of magic in the individual round, the entire country had been in a state of mourning. The 4 members of the team competition were all holding their breaths. The warm-up competition held at 8 o'clock had already ended. At this moment, Jiang Xiao and the others were watching the Real highlight, the battle for the championship. The 4 soldiers from China's Xiangnan Military Academy had an average height of 188 centimeters, and each of them was 188 centimeters too. Not only did they look the same, but they also had the same temperament. Even their actions, footsteps, and postures were almost the same. Their national team uniforms were the same, and they were all wearing the sports caps of the national team. The foreigners who were blind sometimes couldn't even tell the professions of the 4 soldiers. Divine camouflage technique. Physical camouflage. Damn it. Toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. Jiang Xiao slapped himself on the forehead, and his exclamation was drowned out by the loud cheers in the auditorium. It couldn't be helped. The competition had already reached the 13th minute mark, which was a crucial period. Gu Ai's dual laws were severely disrupted, and the support of the Xiangnan Military Academy was rather strong. Their control was excellent, and they had greatly delayed the enemy's tactical plan. At the same time, Gu Ai's mages and support weren't to be trifled with. They had the advantage of long arms and were evenly matched with Xiangnan support, causing China's melee fighters to suffer greatly. If he couldn't push his way through the battlefield, his shield and agility were practically a burden. After all, the ancient Egyptian Republic had 2 magicians. After a series of twists and turns, the ancient Egyptian contestant's desert magic circle was finally about to take shape. Once the opponent had the home advantage, just the melee fighters and shield warriors of Xiangnan Military School might be reduced to the masses and find it hard to move forward in the sandstorm. As God's witness, Xiangnan shields and melee fighters were suffocating enough. Just as the tall desert walls were like a tsunami, sweeping towards them, Xiangnan Military Academy's rules awakened gave an order that reverberated through the entire field. 3-1. 3 of the 4-man team, the magician, the support, and the shield bearer, emitted golden air waves. The 3 of them blasted the golden air waves from different angles. The rules awakened opened his arms, and a giant golden dragon roared out from his chest. The giant shield fiercely stabbed the shield into the ground. The ground cracked, and a deep crack spread out from under its feet. It rushed forward quickly. After walking for about 20 meters, another huge dragon crawled out of the ground, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. What was even more astonishing was that the support actually had the same star technique. He took a firm stance and charged forward with his fist that was tucked at his waist. Another golden dragon. The scene was so neat and uniform. 3 giant golden dragons roared ferociously and attacked the sand wall from 3 different angles. The scene was extremely spectacular. Not to mention the small auditorium, the atmosphere at the venue was even more fiery. The crimson color in the auditorium had already exploded. The 3 giant golden dragons completed a fixed-point explosion, tearing the thick sand wall apart and dispersing the rich star power. The earth-shattering explosion resounded through the clouds. Why were there only 3? Because the melee fighters took the lead and dashed into the thick sand wall under the protection of the 3 dragons. When the melee fighters passed through the thick sand wall and plunged into the yellow sand, they appeared in the enemy's formation. Explosion. As soon as the melee fighters of Xiangnan appeared, hundreds of fish shadows were thrown at the Gu AI shield bearer. Charge! The rules awakened from Xiangnan hollered and opened his arms again. The Xiangnan shield bearer viciously pulled the shield out from the ground as he sprinted forward. A strong gust of wind swept past, and the shield bearer was blown away as he crashed into the hole in the sand wall. The support followed behind the shield. The rules awakened ran while his 2 comrades dashed into the hole in the thick sand wall. After everything was done, the rules awakened took a few steps forward and suddenly leaped up. His body spun, and he seemed to be flying backwards. Then, the rules awakened from Xiangnan stretched his hand out in front of him and seemed to have launched an air cannon. Bang! As for the cannonball, it was himself. With a loud bang, the rules awakened's body was blown away, and he was sent flying into the huge sand hole. What happened next was not something that the audience could see. In the enemy's half of the arena, where the sandstorm was blowing, they could only hear the loud roars and continuous booms. From time to time, a golden phoenix would emerge from the sand and rush into the sky, causing the audience to exclaim. In the auditorium, Jiang Xiao, who was looking at the big screen, felt a pain in his shoulder. He shook it with all his might, but he couldn't shake off Xing Yan's huge palm. It's done. It's done. Xing Yan slammed the table with his other hand, shattering it. Behind the 2 of them, Zhao Wenlong was shocked and hurriedly held the thermos flask with both hands. Are we the champions? Are we going to be the champions? Wu Xiaojing jumped up and exclaimed excitedly. Xian grabbed Wu Xiaojing's arm out of habit, but this time he didn't force her to sit down. That was because Xian was also looking at the big screen where the yellow sand had dissipated. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. As the yellow sand dissipated, the 4 people from Xiangnan Military School stood in the middle of the enemy's half of the arena. Xiangnan shield and mage faced the middle line, where Gu AI's shield was. Xiangnan's agility and assist faced the bottom line, where Gu AI's support was. In the middle of the 2 teams from Xiangnan, there was a Gu AI rules awakened with a broken body and unknown status. Where's the other rules awakened? Jiang Xiao looked at the big screen and wished that he could be there to watch the battle. The camera should have shown a panoramic view. He's underground or in space, Ho Mingming speculated. However, the rules awakened from Xiangnan raised his left fist and said, "There's no oxygen in my space." This sentence was to remind the enemy, as well as to inform the referee and all the audience. Wow, oh, woo woo woo, China, Xiangnan. Apart from cheers, there were also bursts of sobbing in the audience. Woo woo woo, we're going to win. We're really going to win. The 4 soldiers didn't move, and they didn't follow up with another attack. Even though the enemy was only left with a shield and assist, the 4 soldiers were extremely stable. Since they had reached this stage, they had to make use of the situation. After the rules awakened shouted, he shouted another string of numbers. 004. The 4 of them stood in groups of 2 to 2, all of them in a defensive posture to prevent any accidents from happening. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Gu AI's assist pressed his hands on the ground. The rules awakened with a broken body and unknown status was wrapped up by the sand. Just as the rules awakened from Xiangnan was about to shout, he saw the shield in the middle line raise his hand and face the referee. The referee looked to his side and saw that Gu AI's team of coaches had already surrounded them. In fact, the referee had already heard the voices of the coaches. Beep, 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 beep. The referee waved the flag. China, victory. The rules awakened from Xiangnan, waved his hand, and quickly pulled a person out from the small space door. Ah, cough, cough. The Gu AI rules awakened who was pulled out panted heavily and coughed violently. However, All of this was drowned in the huge sound wave. China, China, champion, champion. The scene was boiling. In the small auditorium, Xingyan couldn't hold back his excitement anymore. Both of his hands slammed on the table. However, the table was smashed by him just now. Hence, his big hands slammed empty air. Under the inertia, Xingyan's big bald head fell to the ground. However, Xingyan was tall and had long legs. It didn't matter if his head fell to the ground. His hind legs followed. Zhao Wenlong, who was sitting behind him, grabbed the thermos flask and retreated. The table flew up, and everyone fell down. Wow! Wu Xiaojing turned around excitedly and looked at Xian. Xian also jumped towards Wu Xiaojing excitedly. However, she felt like she was riding on a cloud. Her petite body was like a large doll. Wu Xiaojing picked her up and threw her into the air. Wu Xiaojing said, "We won. Champion." Xian said, Amidst the excited cheers at the back of the auditorium, Xian finally stopped adjusting his fist belt. He raised his head and looked at the 4 soldiers on the screen. A rare smile appeared on Xian's stiff face. The small auditorium was boiling. The host's excited voice came from the big screen. Yi Xuanyang said, "We are the champions. We are the champions." China's army killed Guai twice. After 12 years, China's army has returned to the top of the world. The last time they won the team competition was in 2005. A group of soldiers from Xiangnan Military Academy. Now, it's 2017. After 12 years. Ma Ke shouted, "It's been 12 years. The new generation of Xiangnan Soldier King has ascended to the top of the championship. This is the best tribute to the old generation of Xiangnan's Soldier King in 2005. Yi Xuanyang said, "All the people of China, you are watching, right? The group of veterans in 2005, you are also watching, right?" Ma Ke waved his fist excitedly. A generation will eventually grow old, but there are always people who are young. Yi Xuanyang said, "Great. China. Champion. China." Ma Ke yelled, "Now, all the pressure is on Jiang Xiaopi." Yi Xuanyang said, "It's like this, huh?" Yi Xuanyang subconsciously answered, but he stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. He was completely dumbfounded. Ma Ke also seemed to have realized that something was wrong. In a state of extreme agitation, he seemed to have said something incredible. Of course, the excited audience could not hear that. Those words were being transmitted to all over the world and to the millions of households in China at the same time in the small auditorium. The staff members and contestants, who were cheering and celebrating happily, all stopped at the same time and fell silent. Everyone in the small auditorium turned to look at Jiang Xiao. However, he saw Jiang Xiao staring at the screen in bewilderment with his mouth agape. There was no sound from the big screen, and the 2 CCTV hosts seemed to be stuck in a daze. The small auditorium was also silent. Damn, Ho Mingming moved. As the captain, Ho Mingming strode to Jiang Xiao's side and reached out to put her arm around his shoulder. The arrogance on her face had faded, which was rare. She looked down at Jiang Xiao with a pair of encouraging eyes and gently shook Jiang Xiao's body. Xingyan, who was beside her, got up and rubbed Jiang Xiao's head with his big hand. He yelled, "Win the championship! Jiang Xiaopi! Win the championship! Win the championship!" Zhao Wenlong gently patted Jiang Xiao's back, which was rare for him. "Champion! Xiaopi!" Captain Wu Xiaojing yelled from the other side of the aisle. Xian, who was beside her, clenched her fist and gestured at Jiang Xiao. Xian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Win the championship that belongs to China." "Ha!" Eugene slammed his hands on the table and shouted with a smile, "Yes, win a championship." Their confidence stemmed from their strength and their recognition of Jiang Xiao. However, regardless of the final outcome, Fang Xingyun, who was at the back of the small auditorium, looked at the contestants who were fighting one-on-one and united as a team. He gave Jiang Xiao his heartfelt blessings and encouragement. Fang Xingyun smiled with a blissful expression, seeking monthly votes for support. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 610. Great Victory. Great Victory. After 12 years, we've finally won. If you guys don't see us in the individual competition, it's because we're a team. Central TV host. Now, all the pressure is on Jiang Xiaopi. China has once again won the championship. The Xiangnan Military Academy has drawn their sword to the world. The path to the championship is made up of blood and tears. July 9th, 2017 was an unusual day. China was already in an uproar. Under normal circumstances, the team competition should be held after the individual competition due to the fact that it was the highlight of the competition. Although there were as many as 652 contestants in the individual competition, the competition authorities had managed to control the time well and ensure that the champion of the team competition would be decided after the individual competition. However, an accident occurred in the 11th to 7th place. The 7th, 8th, and 9th place had the same number of points, which led to a rematch. Hence, the round of the individual competition was postponed to 2 days later. In other words, the individual competition that was supposed to be held before the team competition was postponed to after the team competition. Due to the fact that the competition authorities did not want the competition to be too intensive, the competition schedule was adjusted again. The individual competition that was supposed to be held on July 10th was postponed again and would be held on July 11th. That was why the host, Ma Ku, said that the pressure was on Jiang Xiaopi's side. The pressure was indeed on Jiang Xiaopi's side, but not all of it. At this moment, Ma Ku was also under a lot of pressure. Ma Ku's outcome was the same as Jiang Zhao's, which would be revealed 2 days later. At this moment, Jiang Xiao couldn't even watch the awards ceremony and interviews of the championship. After making an exception and watching the official competition with everyone, the team of coaches, especially the two analysts, dragged Jiang Xiao away. Everyone wanted to win the championship, but it was not that easy to do so. Neil Muller, who is known as the Shield of Europe, had a rather complete system of star techniques. As a shield warrior, he had almost matched his star techniques to the extreme. Jiang Xiao sat in the conference room, looked at the list in his hand, and marveled at Neil's list of star techniques. Without a doubt, Neil had the same problem as all the other contestants, and that was a small number of his star techniques were useless. At a glance, there were at least 4 or 5 star techniques that could not be used during the competition. Of course, every star technique was useful. As long as it was used properly in the right situation, it would produce magical effects. However, some star techniques would be useless in competitions. For example, this star warmth could increase the temperature of the surrounding environment. Is it useful? Of course it was useful. Put on a cold winter day, and Neil could become a savior. This star warmth should be the price of absorbing star resplendence. Jiang Xiao had reason to believe that Neil needed the star technique, star's resplendence, for purification, but there were other star techniques in that star bead. When Neil absorbed them, he first absorbed star's warmth, but he had no choice but to accept the outcome. Apart from warmth of the stars, there were also a few other star techniques that were difficult to play a role in the individual competition. However, it did not matter. Among the remaining star techniques, Neil could already form a complete system. Jiang Xiao flipped through the information sheet and saw a bunch of S's and A's. Of course, the so-called rating was also made among the contestants of the same batch and not based on the human star warriors. Just like the Rising Sun God and Rainbow Sword God, they were all titles that were given based on the contestants of the current World Cup. That was an easy truth to understand. If Fang Xingyun were to be casually thrown into the current batch of Rules Awakened, no one would dare to call themselves a god apart from Fang Xingyun. Jiang Xiao murmured softly, "Output." Such a high rating was mostly seen by the Rules Awakened. As a big shield, it was really rare for him to be rated A in the area of output. At the side, the analyst said, there are 2 star techniques that increase his output infinitely: Fall of the Gods and Twilight of the Gods. Hee hee. Jiang Xiao grinned and said, the foreigners sure have artistic names. Fang Xingyun looked at the information seriously without looking away from the paper. He said, why didn't you say that the Chinese translation is very good? Huh? Jiang Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. Fang Xingyun said with a smile, "Your English is pretty good. Now that you're asked to translate it from Chinese to English, do you find that the meaning of these two names is similar?" Jiang Xiao nodded silently. It seemed that Twilight of the Gods was more artistic. The word twilight was simply amazing. Jiang Xiao thought to himself, and also saw the defense rating on Neil's information sheet. Defense, S+. There was no problem with that. Defense was Neil's specialty. Be it the defensive star techniques he used or the defensive star techniques contained in his body, the effects were all top-notch. The analyst said, "Remember, Xiaopi, the shield of Europe. It doesn't refer to the shield in his hand, but to him, it refers to his body." Body of steel, huh? Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, "I'm very familiar with this star technique. We're old friends. However, with the power attribute of my galaxy stage, I can smash it." The analyst said helplessly, "He won't stand still and let you hit him." Jiang Xiao blinked and said, "What if he does?" The analyst was speechless. Jiang Xiao continued to look at the list of star techniques and said, "In other words, my sound of silence is going to lose its effect." The analyst added, "It might even include your star technique, sorrowful tears. The rainwater might be blocked by the shield. Even if he steps on the dew, the effect of sorrowful tears that lowers the opponent's emotions might not be able to work." Jiang Xiao shook his head and said, "Lowering the opponent's emotions can't be classified as a negative effect star technique. It's classified as an output star technique and can't be purified. I've tried it with tears of sorrow." "That's not what I mean. Look at his 13th star technique," the analyst said. "There." Jiang Xiao grinned and said, "You mean he'll use a star technique with an uplifting effect to eliminate the effects of tears of sorrow?" The analyst nodded and said, "That's very likely. I've watched all the videos of him growing up, and I've also carefully analyzed this star technique. Although it has never collided with tears of sorrow, the effect should be good." "Perfect." Jiang Xiao threw the information on the table and said, "Apart from the medical star technique, he has everything that he should have. You guys marked it wrong. This is not a shield warrior power battle. This is clearly a shield warrior defense battle." Fang Xingyun said, "He didn't teleport, and the so-called dash is very slow, too." Jiang Xiao shrugged and said, "He's a player at the peak of the galaxy level. His physical attributes are above average. How slow can he be? The hard target is right there." Fang Xingyun nodded with a sullen expression. She pondered for a while and couldn't help but look at Jiang Xiao worriedly. However, she realized that Jiang Xiao was still eager to try. He said, "It's worthy of the final battle." Fang Xingyun asked, "What?" Jiang Xiao turned to look at Fang Xingyun and said, "Twilight of the Gods is a good star technique. I'm going to use it." Fang Xingyun looked at Jiang Xiao, who was full of fighting spirit, and couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and rubbed Jiang Xiao's head gently. "That's his spirit." She looked at Jiang Xiao quietly and was secretly in a daze. All of a sudden, a thought popped up in her mind. That might be the reason why I came in 4th place. That might be the reason why I can make it to the finals. Back then, Fang Xingyun was at the peak of the galaxy level and was not a weakling either. Why did she lose repeatedly in the finals? In the end, she lost twice in a row and was ranked 4th. After so many years, she thought that it should be a problem with her mentality. It wasn't that she was afraid or retreating. She was strong and eager to win the championship. However, in comparison, the other 3 players were probably better. If a Star Warrior could make it this far, what they lacked was definitely not strength, but a firm and strong heart. Of course, Jiang Xiao could sense Fang Xingyun's abnormality. He shook his head left and right to shake her hand away. He then changed the topic. "Let's fight a battle of attrition." "Okay." Fang Xingyun snapped back to her senses and hurriedly retracted her hand. She looked at the information sheet in her hand and agreed. "Yes, yes." The 2 analysts nodded. A battle of attrition is the best tactical choice. Give play to your characteristics, countercurrent light, nostalgia, and dawn. Always remember your strengths. Your skills are far superior to all the players in this tournament, but you must be careful of his strength in melee combat. Another analyst said, "You don't have any summoning star techniques, which isn't considered a big disadvantage. After all, you only have 9 star slots, and your star techniques are already good enough. However, in the World Cup, your disadvantage will be magnified infinitely." Jiang Shao nodded secretly. The so-called disadvantage wasn't too big. After all, Jiang Shao had the Scourge Ruins and could store as many weapons as he wanted. However, the analyst was right. Jiang Shao did not report the Scourge Ruins star technique to the country. Hence, his disadvantage was magnified. The analyst said, "Actually, I think." Jiang Shao asked, "What?" The analyst said helplessly, "Your giant blade might be useless and will break soon. His defense might not be able to break your giant blade, but with his defense as a foundation, his strength is still there. Giant sword can't, but my fist can. Diamond endurance. Watch how I destroy that puny golden body of steel." However, what the analyst said made sense too. If it was targeted, the giant sword might even shatter. If he could have a platinum summoning weapon star technique like Second Last, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Of course, it was impossible for everything to be good in this world. Jiang Zhao's star techniques could be upgraded, but he had very few star slots. After all, it was a one-on-one match between a support and a combat system player. If it were a team competition or a normal battlefield battle, all the shortcomings mentioned just now wouldn't be considered shortcomings at all. Jiang Shao would still be the perfect support. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao said, "If you're determined to fight a battle of attrition, I can use Wounded Tears to supplement my bow. Even if Wounded Tears is greatly weakened by the enemy's shield formation, the bow will make up for it." Without waiting for the others to speak, Jiang Shao continued, "The other plan is for me to flash quickly and use countercurrent light, but that will only weaken the opponent's star power and not his physical strength. Besides, there's a certain risk. After all, countercurrent light can also be dodged." Jiang Shao said, "Nostalgia is different from countercurrent light. It not only weakens star power, but also vitality. If the giant sword is easy to deal with, we'll come up with this plan. Use Wounded Tears as the main and use the bow." What do you think? Be it the analyst or Fong Xingyun. They all stared at Jiang Shao in bewilderment. Jiang Shao scratched his head. The analyst asked, "You know how to use a bow too? Why didn't we know?" Jiang Shao grinned and said, "Compared to the giant sword, my archery skills are much worse, and I don't have a matching archery star technique to support it. I only have nostalgia as an auxiliary. However, the effect of weakening the enemy's physical strength and star power should be good." One of the analysts stood up and said, "I'll go find you a bow and arrows. What type do you want? What standard do you want? If you want to fight a shield warrior who can't move, you should shoot him in the face." Jiang Shao was speechless. "I'll be looking for monthly votes tomorrow." Chapter 611. 3 o'clock today, 12/17/20. July 11th, 2017. The entire world's attention was focused on Japan's Edo City. The venue for the team competition was eventually taken away by the Pickle Nation. Now that it was the individual competition, there was no reason for Japan to give it to others. That seemed to be the result of a compromise between Japan and the Pickle Nation. After all, the match before the Toxic Healer of China versus the European Shield in the finals was between the Neon Sword God and the Flower of Lanchi. Of course, Japan hoped that their contestants could compete in their own country. At this time, the audience was already in a frenzy. The National Stadium, which could hold nearly 50,000 people, was filled with spectators from all over the world. Of course, China and Japan had the most people, followed by Europe and Japan. In the finals, no one was willing to give up such an exciting game, even if they were not citizens of these four countries. That also led to a sharp increase in the number of spectators from other countries. At this time, Jiang Shao was sitting in the players' locker room, looking at the television wall. The Flower of Lanchi was fencing elegantly and beautifully, while Gu Xinji was holding a Tang sword in his hand. He had a fierce personality and a sharp gaze. In the field where a group of butterflies and cherry blossoms were entangled, the flower of Lanshi and the neon sword god presented a world-class match. It was extremely beautiful, but it wasn't just for show. It was extremely cool, but it was filled with endless, murderous intent. After 17 minutes of fierce battle, the cherry blossom petals were still fluttering, but the butterflies gradually dissipated. Gu Xinji had won. The deep blue ocean in the stadium was boiling. The audience cheered loudly. The audience from other countries also contributed whistles and screams. Even the Chinese people were not stingy with their applause. In terms of the battle between Star Warriors, it was undoubtedly an extremely exciting game. Gu Xinji sheathed his Tang sword without much joy on his face. He looked up at the sky and sighed deeply, as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. Under the treatment of the medical Star Warrior, the flower of Lanshi also stood up and shook her head with a helpless smile. Although she had failed, she was still calm and had never lost her elegance. At 8:17 a.m., the third and fourth place matches ended, but the final started at 9:30 a.m. One could imagine how difficult it was for the audience. For the contestant from both sides, it was even more torturous. Watching Gu Xinji leave, Jiang Shao also lowered his head and gently wiped the black recurve bow in his hand. It was impossible to inflict bleeding damage on Neil Muller with ordinary arrows, but Jiang Zhao's nostalgia was of extremely high quality and had a strong effect. It would be a good choice in a war of attrition. Jiang Shao hoped to deplete most of Neil's energy before the melee battle. If he were to fight with his fists, he might be suppressed by his opponent's massive strength. Let's fly the kite. I hope it goes well. When Neil's stamina was depleted and his body was weakened to a certain extent, everything would fall into place. At this time, on the field, in the middle of the south side of the stadium, a special group of spectators was surrounded by a sea of crimson. This group of people was the entire Chinese national team for the World Cup. Ho Mingming, Zhao Wenlong, Ember, Xie Yan. Not only were the students participating in the individual competition, but the members of the team competition had also rushed to the scene. Wu Yao, Song Chuanxi, Han Jiangxue, He Su, and even the 4 Xiangnan soldier kings who had already won the team competition. The appearance of these 4 soldiers had indeed ignited the square formation of the spectators. In this special group, the only ordinary person who had snuck in was a creature named Husky. However, it was also the Husky that became the leader of the national team. Her face was painted with red stars, and she held 2 small red flags in her hands. She led and commanded the members of the national team, as well as the surrounding Chinese people, to shout slogans loudly. However, there was still an hour before the competition for the championship would begin. As soon as Gu Xinji went down, it became China's home ground. Every Chinese person like Xia Yan had contributed greatly. Don't be nervous, don't worry. He's far stronger than we thought. Song Chunxi reached out and put his arm around Han Jiangshue's shoulder with a gentle expression. Despite the loud noise, he had no choice but to shout, "Relax, Jiangshu." Han Jiangxue nodded, but her shoulders were grabbed again. The two of them stood on either side of Han Jiangxue and put their arms around her shoulders. Wu Yao lowered his head and whispered into Han Jiangshue's ear, jump up, shout, don't freeze here, get excited, hurrah." Han Jiangxue glanced at Wu Yao in exasperation and amusement before nodding gently. Seeing that Han Jiangxue had not changed at all, Wu Yao squeezed behind her and put his hands under her armpits before tossing her up. His blue eyes were filled with excitement. Hurrah! Han Jiangxue flew high up in the air and immediately attracted the cheers of the crowd, who were wearing the national team uniform. Han Jiangshue's face was flushed, and she almost threw the platinum ice roar at her feet. When Xian saw this scene, he subconsciously distanced himself from Wu Xiaojing and swapped positions with Ember. Wu Xiaojing grabbed the hand of the person next to her, thinking that she was grabbing Xian. She exclaimed, "I'm so excited, huh?" Before Wu Xiaojing could react, Ember grabbed Wu Xiaojing's hand and said loudly, "Me too." Wu Xiaojing frantically swung her hand away. Let go. Xanian tilted his head and looked at the two of them curiously. 9 a.m. The players from both teams entered the stadium. As soon as they walked out of the tunnel, Jiang Xiao saw the majestic man. Neil Muller, who was 9 meters tall, had a pair of piercing eyes under his short hair. His cold face was rather handsome, but his expression was stiff. He was also looking at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao's gaze landed on his national team uniform, which was a black and white uniform with black, red, and yellow stripes on his chest that form an abstract totem of an eagle spreading its wings. Eagle spreading its wings? I hope he can still fly today. Jiang Xiao looked at Neil Muller and couldn't help but grin. Neil Muller was not as calm as the shield of China that Jiang Xiao had encountered. He was rather flamboyant and domineering. He stretched his hand in front of his neck and made a throat-slitting gesture at Jiang Xiao. His stiff face immediately changed, and an aggressive sneer appeared on his face. Indeed, it's not good to have an impression. When Jiang Xiao saw that the shield of Europe was from the Republic of Volition, his impression of the people of the Republic of Volition surfaced. He was old-fashioned, strict, humorless, and introverted. However, when Jiang Xiao studied his opponent in depth, he realized that he was a passionate shield warrior. He was flamboyant and arrogant. He was a rare opponent. An attack that targeted his personality had long been formed in Jiang Xiao's mind. It was just like how he targeted Yuan Qinghua in the National League and how he targeted Gu Xing in the previous competition. Jiang Xiao liked players with distinctive characteristics. The more passionate and arrogant his enemy was, the more it suited Jiang Xiao's intentions. Let's kite him up. I don't have to worry about the enemy not getting angry. Let's see if I, the king of toxic healers, can drive you crazy within these 20 minutes. When enraged, a star warrior would definitely be more dangerous, but that also meant that the opponent's weaknesses would be magnified. There's no need to be silent today. It's time to show everyone my ultimate star technique. Diamond Verbal Cannon. Ma Ke said. CCTV TV station. CCTV television station. This was the National Stadium in Edo City, Japan. This was the venue of the Star Warrior World Cup's individual competition finals. I'm the host, Ma Ke. Yi Xuanyang said. I'm the host, Yi Xuanyang. It seemed that Ma Ke had not been replaced, but he had no idea what kind of price he had to pay. Putting aside the criticism that he had received at work, Ma Ke had already been criticized on Weibo, Tieba, and other social media for the past 2 days. Some of them, including Jiang Zhao's fans and those from the national team, also expressed strong dissatisfaction with Ma Ke's words. Without a doubt, Ma Ke's words were meant to put pressure on Jiang Xiao. China was no longer the same as it was in the past. With the visible increase in national power and the continuous increase in people's confidence, it was no longer an era where not achieving results was a crime. In particular, for the Star Warriors who risked their lives to fight, the nature of the competition was fundamentally different from that of ordinary sports. People were relatively more tolerant of the outcome of the Star Warriors World Cup. Of course, it was inevitable that the quality of the people would improve. However, there would still be a group of haters who would want you to commit suicide if you lost. Ma Ke said in the first competition that just ended, the contestant from Japan, Saito Nobuyuki, won the 3rd place. It's time for our legendary support, Jiang Xiaopi, to take the stage. By the way, Xuanyang, did you see Jiang Xiaopi's Weibo post yesterday? Yi Xuanyang immediately nodded and read the content of Jiang Xiaopi's Weibo post with a smile. After 5,000 years, it's finally my turn. Ma Ke sighed and said, this lyric is really fitting. Jiang Xiaopi's Weibo post went viral yesterday. Millions of Chinese people are cheering for him. I saw a large group of official Weibo accounts reposting this post. It's like a national carnival. Yi Xuanyang also said emotionally, I really didn't expect him to really make it this far. I'm a little glad. Ma Ke asked why. Yi Xuanyang covered her mouth and smiled. I'm afraid that he'll post another post. If I say now that I want to win the world championship, will you believe me? Ma Ke said, haha, I really hope that you'll always lose the bet between the two of you. Yi Xuanyang said generously. If it's a bet with Jiang Xiaopi, I hope that I can keep losing. Eh. Look, there's a small interlude between the contestants during the warm-up segment. The camera panicked, only to see that Neil Muller had already left his warm-up area and was standing in front of Jiang Xiao. He was even leaning close to Jiang Xiao and whispering something to him. They haven't even reached the thrilling trash-talking segment yet, and the atmosphere is already so heated. In the arena, Jiang Xiao didn't expect that the other side would come to him before he could launch his verbal attack. Everyone's eyes were focused on the mighty and majestic Neil Muller, who was standing face-to-face with Jiang Xiao. Their faces were almost touching, and even a fool could tell that Neil was aggressive. However, Jiang Xiao didn't retreat at all. Their posture was very similar to the one when Jiang Xiao and Juliet Mo Luowan were facing each other. However, Neil was taller, and Jiang Zhao's shoulder couldn't block his mouth. Hence, he could only use his hand to block it. Neil covered his mouth with one hand and pushed his chest forward forcefully. He lowered his head and said, "You're just like a crying baby. Do you really think you can beat me?" Jiang Xiao placed his hands on his waist and pressed his forehead against the tip of Neil's nose. "So, you're here to fight for second place, right? Beep, beep, beep." The referee whistled, and the Chinese team of coaches stepped forward to pull the two apart. Neil Muller was pushed back by his coach and the referee. He said, "I'm going to make you cry like a baby." Jiang Xiao was also pushed back by Fang Xingyun, but he said to Neil, "Hello, runner-up." Fang Xingyun pushed Jiang Xiao with one hand, but she couldn't help but place her hand on her forehead. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 6:12. It was to cheer for the cold and emotionless leader of the Bloodground Alliance. Maka said, "Oh." There was a little friction between the two of them before the match. The atmosphere of the match was tense and intense right from the beginning. Contestant Neil seemed to be very agitated, and he seemed to want to overwhelm Xiaopi with his aura. However, he ended up getting angered by Jiang Xiaopi. Yi Xuanyang said, "I think we've already seen the charm of Jiang Xiaopi's mouth. His words, haven't we?" "Ha ha." Ma Ko burst into laughter, as if he had wiped away the haze from the past 2 days. He wasn't even as happy as he was now when he closed the comment section on Weibo. Ma Ko definitely had above-average professionalism since he was able to broadcast the Star Warrior World Cup. However, he was a true fan of toxic milk powder. Due to his agitated emotions, his mouth followed the choice of his heart, and hence, he spoke without thinking. Yi Xuanyang shouted excitedly, "It's time! It's time!" 2017, July 11th. The finals of the individual competition of the World Cup are about to begin. Ma Ku said, "We've been waiting for this day. Let's bless our Chinese athlete, Jiang Xiaopi. He's going. He's holding a bow." Ma Ku stood up abruptly, pressed his hands on the table, and carefully looked at the screen in front of him. He exclaimed in shock, "Jiang Xiaopi is holding a black bow in his hand?" Yi Xuanyang also took a closer look. It's like this. The staff of the national team handed it to us. It seems that Jiang Xiaopi is going to use a bow and arrow to fight the enemy." Ma Ku sat down on the chair and said, "I've seen the comments of the netizens about Jiang Xiaopi. They say he's going to attack with a kaleidoscope." Yi Xuanyang said, "There's no doubt that Jiang Xiaopi is very suitable for this comment. Is this the strategy that Jiang Xiaopi came up with before the game?" Ma Ku immediately analyzed. "We have the best team of coaches. Before the game, they must have done a thorough analysis of the European Shield before making such a decision. Let's look forward to Jiang Xiaopi giving us an exciting game." Yi Xuanyang continued, "Let's look forward to seeing what kind of unique archery skills Jiang Xiaopi will show us." In the audience, Ho Mingming crossed her arms in front of her chest and stared at Jiang Xiao silently under her white cap. Jiang Zhao's words during the qualifier for the national team still lingered in her ears. "The giant blade technique belongs to the Xia family. My own skills are boxing and archery." And how many of those words were said in the form of jokes? Up until today, Ho Mingming had already completely trusted Jiang Xiao because he had fulfilled all the promises he had made every single time he boasted. After confirming the outcome, she knew that Jiang Zhao's archery skills were definitely not bad. However, she secretly thought to herself, if I give you a few more star slots to absorb star techniques related to archery, will you be better than me? In the arena, Jiang Zhao was carrying the giant sword on his back and holding a bow and arrows in his hand. There was also a quiver on his shoulder that formed a strange X shape with the giant sword. He was fully armed, and it was obvious that he was well prepared for the competition. How confident was Neil Muller? He didn't even bring his kite shield and heavy hammer. What did this mean? It meant that he was going to use his star techniques to summon his kite shield and heavy hammer during the battle. It also meant that Neil Muller didn't take Jiang Zhao's control type star techniques seriously at all. Neil Muller stood on the west side of the arena and said, "You'll cry." Jiang Zhao nodded and said, "Of course, I'll cry right away. You can't stop me even if you want to." Neil Muller was slightly stunned. What he meant by cry was not the same as what Jiang Zhao meant by cry. Jiang Zhao continued, "You're truly capable if you can stop me from crying." Neil Muller's face turned sullen, and he shook his head from side to side, letting out crisp sounds of bones cracking. He then remained silent. "Huh? You're not going to speak anymore? Where's your provocation before the start of the competition? Don't be a coward. Eat my diamond mouth cannon." Jiang Zhao yelled, "I don't even need to use silence to beat you up." Neil Muller was dumbfounded. "Does your silence have to work too? Am I afraid that you'll use silence?" Jiang Zhao continued to yell, "We Chinese treat people with courtesy. We're particular about giving you a set of cannons. How about this? I don't need silence, I don't need to use tears cleansing, and I don't need to use imprint." Neil Muller's eyes widened as he stared at Jiang Zhao. There was only one thought in his mind. "Don't you have any shame?" Jiang Zhao yelled, "If you still can't beat me, don't blame me for what happens next." Neil Muller's body trembled with rage as he roared, "Shameless bastard! You, Neil!" The voice of the female coach of the opposing team could be heard from outside the cage. She then spoke in German, which Jiang Zhao couldn't understand. However, Neil Muller quickly calmed down and heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang Zhao suddenly said, "Mommy's baby." This time, Neil Muller was more stable and said with a cold expression, "I'm a real man." Jiang Zhao said, "Did you just say that, runner-up?" Beep beep, beep beep. The referee whistled and the competition began. Along with the cheers of the audience, the sky was quickly filled with dark clouds. Neil Muller tilted his body and pressed his hand on his chest, after which a bright star quietly appeared and rotated rapidly around Neil's body. At this moment, the small star was at least 5 meters away from Neil's body. It seemed that all negative effects could be purified within this radius. However, regardless of the range, it was essentially a single-target purifying star technique. In terms of purification range, it couldn't be compared to Jiang Zhao's tear purification at all. Neil Muller was dodging the blessing, while Jiang Zhao stood in place without moving. His eyes were red, and he didn't bless or silence at all. Instead, he directly activated tears of sorrow. At the same time, Jiang Zhao also stepped on the halo of nostalgia, and the scale of dawn instantly increased. Umph! Neil Muller humphed coldly and grabbed the air with both hands, after which a dark golden hammer appeared quietly and a huge kite shield appeared in front of him. Seeing that tears of sorrow was about to fall, Neil Muller held the shield in his left hand and raised it to the sky. All of a sudden, dark golden shields appeared above his head and formed a semicircle with a radius of 5 meters that enveloped him. However, in order to maintain the semicircle of shields above his head, Neil Muller had no choice but to keep his left hand raised. He could step on an uplifting fog to break the emotional state brought about by tears of sorrow, but the fog required a certain amount of time to prepare. While he was moving swiftly and quickly, the rain of tears of sorrow started to fall rapidly. Ring! Jiang Zhao pressed bell to his chest and shouted, "Runner-up, come on! Face me!" Neil Muller glared at Jiang Zhao with a gloomy gaze and swung the hammer in his right hand. All of a sudden, the stars fell. Jiang Zhao's body flashed, and he appeared 10 meters away from Neil. The black recurved bow in his hand was instantly pulled into a full moon shape. He held the bow firmly with his forehand, and his elbows were slightly higher than his shoulders. When Jiang Zhao's hand touched his right jaw, Ho Mingming's eyes lit up. No matter what the final effect of this arrow was, she had already seen the scene she had expected. Such a swift and stable posture made Ho Mingming nod to herself. At this moment, her whole body seemed to freeze. She didn't even breathe, like a statue bathed in the rain. Jiang Zhao didn't choose to stand behind his opponent, as if to highlight a fact. A real man. Come on, face me. For an archer fighting against a warrior, a distance of 10 meters was already very close. Under the rain of tears of sorrow, the halo of nostalgia under Jiang Zhao's feet emitted a dazzling light. Under the combined effect of tears of sorrow and bell, Jiang Zhao's cheeky smile stiffened. An arrow shot out rapidly. Neil Muller propped the shield above his head and swung his hammer, accurately deflecting the arrow. The next moment, Neil Muller's expression changed. The arrow with a faint purple glow had taken away a lot of his life force and star power. Neil roared angrily and charged forward with large strides. Jiang Zhao's eyes were as gloomy as his opponent's. With a backhand, he drew the arrow, knocked the bow, and pulled the bowstring. His movements were swift and fierce. A layer of star power covered the pitch-black recurved bow, and the arrow shot out rapidly. The arrow drew a faint purple line, but this time, it wasn't deflected by the hammer. Instead, it hit Neil's right leg. It didn't penetrate his skin, but it pierced through his sweatpants and hung on his right thigh. Bang! Neil's hammer fell, but it missed and smashed heavily on the turf. Star power flowed everywhere, shaking up the turf and soil. Jiang Zhao's figure flickered, and he was still 10 meters away. The pitch-black recurved bow was pulled into a full moon shape again. Whoosh! Mixed with the astral power that seemed to be breaking through the air, an arrow was shot out at a high speed, leaving a faint purple line in the air. Jiang Zhao quickly took out another arrow from his quiver, knocked it, and shot it in one go. Whoosh! Another arrow. Whoosh! One arrow. Whoosh! Another arrow. Dark red stars began to revolve in front of Neil, and his speed instantly increased by a notch. White mist finally appeared beneath his feet, and his low spirits were instantly alleviated. He chased after Jiang Zhao with large strides and tried his best to dodge every arrow. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao flickered continuously and shot arrows rapidly. The halo of nostalgia under his feet was dazzling. The sky was getting darker and darker, and it was raining tears. Under the indiscriminate attack of tears of sorrow, Jiang Zhao's face had already stiffened. Jiang Zhao stared at Neil, who was roaring furiously and chasing him frantically. A smile suddenly appeared on Jiang Zhao's gloomy face, but it turned into a stiff sneer. "How are you going to beat me?" Neil was furious. "How am I going to beat you? I'll show you how I'm going to beat you today." As the lustrous white mist floated beneath his feet, Neil's low spirits rose to a new high. His eyes were scorching and his face was filled with rage. He roared and swung an illusory hammer into the sky. Platinum quality star technique, Fall of the Gods. Next, it's time for your trial. To everyone's surprise, at the moment when Neil swung his hammer, Jiang Zhao suddenly appeared behind him with a bow in his left hand and a giant sword in his right hand. The adjusted, gold-quality green glow circulated and star power overflowed. It was a simple attack. Bang! There was already fog under Neil's feet, and he could already put down the dark gold kite shield to resist Jiang Zhao's attack. However, he would have to pay the price of being watered by tears of sorrow. However, Jiang Zhao, who was flashing rapidly, was behind him, and the giant sword was also swung upwards. Damn it! Awesome! Wow! Mommy, it hurts! Damn it! Xingyin covered his bald head with both hands and couldn't help but feel a chill in his crotch. The attack from the bottom up was extremely sinister. The angle was extremely tricky. Sexy Jiang Zhao was writing online. he was trying to turn to into big. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 613. A 4,000-word chapter. Please vote for the little toxic healer. Thank you. The green glow flashed past, but there was no sound of the blade piercing through flesh. Instead, there was only the sound of two pieces of metal rubbing against each other. Neil was thrown into the sky by Jiang Shao after receiving such a ruthless blow. Jiang Shao waved his hand casually and inserted the giant sword into the ground beside him. There was an indescribable sense of freedom in his actions. Above Jiang Zhao's head, Neil, who was surrounded by stars, was glowing with a strange color that was extremely eye-catching in the pitch-black rain. Under the dim sky and the heavy rain, Jiang Zhao's star power spread out and seemed to be able to shake the rainwater, causing the heavy rain around him to become chaotic. Jiang Zhao quickly pulled out an arrow and aimed at the sky. The recurved bow and the bamboo arrow. He pinched the tail of the arrow and put it on the string. The pitch-black recurved bow was now as round as the autumn moon. Jiang Zhao held his breath and looked at Neil, who was flying far away in the sky. He then loosened his grip. Whoosh! The ordinary bamboo arrow was mixed with intense astral power. It drew a purple line in the air and cut through the rain like a shooting star. The moon was like a bow, and the stars were like an arrow. Jiang Zhao didn't have the ability to link the 7 stars together, but the rapid shooting was astonishing. Neil was struck by the arrows one after another, and his star power and vitality were drained. He quickly raised his shield and placed it under his body. As the shield left his body, the arrow no longer had vitality and only a little star power. Jiang Zhao frowned and turned around abruptly, only to see the illusory shadow of a heavy hammer. The fall of the deities had finally arrived. Jiang Zhao suddenly picked up the giant sword and appeared high up in the sky in a flash. Bell. A bell was pressed in front of his chest. At the same time, countless illusory hammer shadows blasted the area where Jiang Zhao had just stood, turning it into a bombardment zone. The rumbling sounds were deafening, and the explosions were like heavy hammers that hit the people. To their surprise, the people exclaimed more because of Jiang Zhao and not because of the falling hammers. Damn it, mother f asterisk her. What the f asterisk ck is this? He can't land at all. God Pi doesn't plan to let his feet touch the ground. A series of exclamations sounded, but Jiang Zhao appeared in midair at Neil's feet. A giant blade light flashed as it collided heavily with the dark golden kite shield. Neil's figure flew straight into the sky, his majestic body smashing through the 10-meter-tall iron cage as he soared into the sky. Hoo. The illusory heavy hammer, which was originally hanging directly above the midfield and was at a height of 10 meters, was frantically swinging its shadow at Jiang Zhao. It followed Jiang Zhao's figure and attacked him continuously as if it was tracking him. Jiang Zhao's figure flashed again, and he dodged a heavy hammer. He then appeared above Neil like a ghost. That's it. A damage rating? You've probably never fought against a teleportation assistant before, right? The giant sword in his hand was already on his back. Jiang Zhao's body was slightly fixed in the sky. Under the pouring rain, the arrow in his hand shot out rapidly. The arrow that carried the power of stars didn't seem to be affected by the falling raindrops. Ding! It accurately hit the back of Neil's head. Jiang Zhao's body began to fall, while Neil's body continued to rise. In the process of Jiang Zhao's fall, a series of arrows were shot out. The scene was so strange that it was dumbfounding. Neil felt the star power in his body flowing out continuously, not only because of the interference of the arrows, but also because of the burning tears of sorrow. 2 shields had already appeared in his hands, one to block the rain of tears and the other to block the arrows. The hammer shadows that were chasing after Jiang Zhao couldn't even touch the corners of his clothes because they had already smashed the surrounding cages and smashed into the audience seats. At such a high altitude, they flew out diagonally, and some were even blasted out of the arena. These hammer shadows were intercepted by the defensive wall erected in front of the audience. The violent rumbling made people panic and couldn't help but scream. That star technique put a huge burden on the staff, who had no choice but to gather manpower to strengthen the transparent defensive wall. They had to prevent the hammers from rushing out of the stadium or adjust the angle again to rush into the audience. Neil was shocked and infuriated. He discovered that the star technique that he was proud of could not catch up with Jiang Zhao's speed at all. Neil raised his shield abruptly, trying to escape. Jiang Zhao's eyes narrowed. He knew Neil's star technique too well. The shield could carry Neil away, and he could use it again in the air. How can I let you succeed? Jiang Zhao quickly flickered and slashed at the sole of Neil's shoe. The two of them were working at high altitudes in the first place, and Jiang Zhao's figure was extremely elusive. Under the extreme suppression of his speed and agility, Neil couldn't escape at all. His body spun rapidly, and he was slashed into the sky again. He had indeed used his star technique, Rampage, but due to the rapid rotation of his body, he was like a headless fly that was flying around in the air and bumping into each other. Without a shield to block the rain, Neil, who was constantly spinning, was drenched by the downpour of tears of sorrow. The invasion of the rain of tears and arrows had already caused his star power to drop rapidly. What made everything even more difficult was that Neil felt his stamina draining away rapidly and unavoidably. The cold wind whistled past his ears, and the cold rain splashed on his body. It wouldn't be long before he ran out of star power to support such a shield. Soon, he could feel the cold, icy rain slapping on his face. Neil, who was in a state of chaos, gave up on using his star technique. However, he suddenly heard a cold voice around him. "How are you going to defeat me?" The exact same question was asked in such a situation, but it was simply heart-wrenching. Whoosh! Neil widened his eyes and chased after the enemy's position while smashing his hammers. Neil had an extremely keen sense of the battlefield, and he actually managed to find the position where Jiang Zhao's giant sword was attacking. Neil seemed to have exerted all his strength in that attack. Both his star power and his physical strength were plummeting. Although Jiang Zhao's vitality was also being burned by tears of sorrow, Jiang Zhao's vitality was relatively healthy under the halo of nostalgia and the continuous attacks. His stamina was not a problem at all. "Go to hell," Neil yelled. This time, he did not block with his shield and instead used his hammer to attack. However, the hammer and the giant sword did not collide. At the last moment, Jiang Zhao's figure flickered rapidly. Jiang Zhao's body was like a television with poor reception, flickering on the spot in an extremely bizarre manner. Moreover, it wasn't just a small hammer that was descending, but a gigantic, illusory hammer. Platinum Star Technique, Twilight of the Gods. The huge illusory hammer seemed to have penetrated Jiang Zhao's body, but it did not cause him any harm at all. It simply fell rapidly. Jiang Zhao swung the giant sword again and sent Neil flying into the sky. At this moment, the two of them were probably more than 100 meters above the ground. Sensing the rapid loss of star power and stamina, Neil gritted his teeth. He was extremely infuriated, but he couldn't catch the annoying fly at all. However, he was mostly angry at his own incompetence. Oh my God, be careful." The audience below looked up at the sky and tried their best to see the two figures clearly in the dark rain. However, all they saw was a huge hammer smashing down. Rumble. The giant hammer created a deep pit that was probably twice as large as the middle circle of the football field. Soil and turf splattered everywhere. Jiang Zhao pulled out the last arrow from his back and looked at Neil, who was furious. He then loosened his fingers. Whoosh! Jiang Xiaopi. Neil muttered in Mandarin with a strange accent. His body was spinning rapidly, and he was already feeling dizzy. The series of continuous attacks had already made Neil's heart sink. Ring Jiang Zhao, who was falling in the rain, casually threw away the recurved bow and the quiver on his back. He then pressed Bell against his chest with one hand. It was hard to imagine that the mischievous Jiang Zhao could actually have such a cool side to him. Jiang Zhao's body appeared directly above Neil, and he watched as he spun rapidly and approached Neil. The stars surrounding Neil had already dissipated. Is it because of the depletion of star power? Or is it because Neil is feeling dizzy? Or both? However, none of that was what Jiang Zhao was concerned about at this moment. Jiang Zhao held the hilt of the giant's sword and weighed it gently. Dusk of the Gods. That's a good name. Requisition. Green glow appeared on the giant's sword in Jiang Zhao's hand. Under Jiang Zhao's efforts, the green glow actually seemed a little dazzling. He raised the giant's sword above his head with both hands and bent his body like a bow. At the next moment, as Jiang Zhao opened his legs, a green glow flickered and the giant's sword cut through the rain, drawing a perfect semicircle. The 16th move of the Xia family swordsmanship, Dusk of the Gods. This slash was the perfect summary of the entire World Cup journey. Jiang Zhao did not intend to leave the giant sword in his hand and scathed from the slash. The sky was filled with dark clouds, as if it was the end of the world. It was getting darker. The audience below 100 meters looked up and tried to see the battle in the rain, only to see a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. Bang! Kacha! There was a flash of green glow, and it was a diamond-gray green glow. The sound of kacha came not only from the lightning that streaked across the sky, but also from the shattered giant sword. Neil's body was like a cannonball that was slashed from a height of hundreds of meters and fell at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The audience did not even have time to react. Under normal circumstances, Neil might be able to react at such a distance of 100 meters. But at this moment, he was really about to be paralyzed by Jiang Zhao's sword, arrows, and rain. In the blink of an eye, Neil had already been smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit on the turf. Rumble. Oh my God. Is he going to win? Xiaoyan's mouth was agape. Ever since the battle began, she had been staring at the ghostly figure, unable to say a word. Han Jiangxue looked up at the figure in the sky in the distance, trying hard to see everything clearly, as if she could not see the torn ground, the splashing mud, and the water droplets. Jiang Zhao turned around in the air with his head facing the ground. He casually threw away the handle of the sword in his hand and fell straight down. Who said that a battle of attrition couldn't be one-sided? Who said that kiting had to be done from a distance? Kiting close to one's face? Jiang Xiaopi. What is Jiang Xiaopi trying to do? Yi Xuanyang's heart tightened as she stared at the screen in front of her. She had seen this scene before. Unlike the toxic healer who was a little confused previously, he was very clear-headed this time. Is he going to plunge down too? Is he going to fall vertically from such a height? Is he going to bombard him like that? Maka gasped in horror. There were also exclamations from the audience. Don't! Damn it, he's really going all out. Is he using himself as a bomb? No, Jiang Xiaopi. Don't. He's already won, right? Did he win? There's no need to fight head-on. There's no need to make any mistakes. This is what a star warrior should be like. That's the attitude you should have when it comes to winning the championship. Screams filled with worry and panic filled the air. Jiang Zhao's figure was still falling, and he had already raised his elbow. Beep! Beep! The referee's whistle suddenly sounded. Beep! Stop attacking! Stop attacking! China wins! Jiang Zhao, who was falling rapidly, suddenly turned to look at the referee. At such a height, he naturally saw the nervous and panicky figures in the spectator seats to the south behind the referee. The scene seemed to have frozen at this moment. In Jiang Zhao's vision, Han Jiangxue clenched her fists and pressed them against the tip of her nose while shaking her head with a pleading look in her eyes. Whoosh! Jiang Zhao's figure flickered, and he stood at the edge of the large pit. He did not get carried away, and with Belle's help, it was impossible for him to get carried away. He clearly knew what he wanted. None of this had anything to do with Han Jiangxue or even Jiang Zhao himself. If the referee did not blow the whistle, nothing in the plan would have changed. The medical awakened star warrior quickly rushed in and dragged Neil, who had long been knocked out and soaked in a deep puddle of water. It was impossible to find the so-called Shield of Europe in the dirty, black puddles. It was already riddled with wounds, broken, and blood-stained. The powerful blow of the diamond green glow was really not to be trifled with. Even though Neil was instantly blasted away, the powerful blow was already in place. Neil, whose star power and stamina had been depleted, might have been injured by the diamond green glow, but what really knocked him out was the rapid fall from a height of 100 meters. Jiang Shao stood at the edge of the large pit and canceled his star technique, Tear Shower, after which the torrential rain gradually became lighter. He pressed his left hand on his chest and pressed the number 29 hidden on his chest through the national team uniform. He raised his head and looked at the gloomy sky with reddened eyes. He mumbled, "There are still millions of children like me who grew up under your protection. The deceased rest in peace. Heroes are immortal." Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 614. China has won? China has won. I heard it. China has won. In the audience stands, the sea of crimson instantly boiled over. Wow, we've won. We've won. Xia Yan's face was filled with ecstasy as she turned around to look for Han Jiangxue. However, she discovered that Han Jiangxue had been thrown into the air by Wu Yao again. Ha 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 ha. Hurrah! Wu Yao caught Han Jiangxue with both hands and threw her into the air again. However, Han Jiangxue couldn't be bothered anymore. Even though her body was being tossed up and down, she kept her eyes fixed on Jiang Shao. Song Chuanxi covered her mouth with one hand and looked at Jiang Xiaopi, who was looking up at the sky. She felt like it was just yesterday that they met. She really couldn't imagine that such a mischievous kid could actually make it to this stage and achieve the highest honor that ordinary people could never hope to achieve. Champion! Champion! Xiaopi! Ah! Xiaopi! Wu Xiaojing screamed loudly, and Ember took the opportunity to hug her, celebrating excitedly. At the side, Zhao Wenlong and Hou Mingming stood side by side in the exact same posture with their arms crossed. They looked through the cheering crowd and at Jiang Shao, who was standing quietly on the field. More than a month ago, Hou Mingming hoped that Zhao Wenlong would save some face for the toxic healer and not make Jiang Shao leave helplessly during the qualifier. More than a month later, Hou Mingming and Zhao Wenlong stood quietly by the side of the field and watched the toxic healer become a god step by step. It was a wonderful feeling. If Hou Mingming had never tasted defeat before, she might not have such a mentality. However, at this moment, Hou Mingming still treated Jiang Shao as an opponent and a goal to catch up with. We won. We won. We really won. Ma Ku exclaimed. You guys heard the cheers here, right? You guys saw the Chinese athletes standing at the top of the world again, right? Double yoke. It was unprecedented. Double champions in the team and individual competitions. Yi Xuanyang cheered excitedly. 2017 is a year that can be recorded in the history books again. The Huaxia team displayed an astounding strength, winning both the team and individual competitions. Ma Ku slammed the table and shouted. He was very familiar with Jiang Zhao's opponents. India's captain for the next round. The Rising Sun City team captain for the second round. Triple Maple Leaf captain. Four-wheel Royal Sea Burial King. Five wheels of America's George Starr. Xie Yan of China. The host of the seventh round, Jean Pingchong. Captain of the eight-wheel Rainbow. 9 rounds of the European Shield. Yi Xuanyang said, What kind of World Cup trip is this for Jiang Xiaopi? No one has ever dreamed of being able to stand at the top of the world as a support. Ma Ku, 9 matches. He brought his own Big Dipper constellation and shattered 9 resplendent stars. Yi Xuanyang suddenly smiled and said, The World Cup has given Jiang Xiaopi's 9 opponents legendary titles. Since Jiang Xiaopi has a giant blade and shattered the 9 stars, from now on, should Jiang Xiaopi be officially recognized as 9-star toxic healer? The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing a clear blue sky with white clouds. The sun shone on the pitted grassy field. Neil Muller had been carried off the stage. It was unknown if he would still be alive to attend the award ceremony. Jiang Shao stood in the middle of the venue and looked around at the crowd that was cheering for him. Even under the combined effects of tears of sorrow and Bell, Jiang Zhao's emotions continued to rise, and he quickly warmed up. The team of coaches on the substitutes bench had already huddled together and were cheering. Fang Xingyun was the only one who walked towards the arena step by step. She stepped past the collapsed and broken cage and walked towards Jiang Xiaopi. 12 years ago, she did not manage to stand at the highest position. 12 years later, her student had fulfilled her long-cherished wish. In fact, Fang Xingyun felt a little guilty. She did not think that she had really taught Jiang Xiaopi anything in the past year. She gave Jiang Xiao the recommendation letter that was of utmost importance. What she saw was more of his willpower and determination, as well as his sincerity. Everything that happened next was completely beyond her expectations. She watched as Jiang Xiao climbed up the mountain step by step and pulled down the arrogant opponents one after another. In the end, he smashed the shield of Europe, which had the strongest defense, and climbed to the highest peak of the world. From looking down to looking up, from cherishing to admiring. This was the mental journey of a capital star martial arts teacher and a former World Cup runner-up in the past month. Jiang Xiaopi saw Fang Xingyun approaching. He turned around and finally revealed a genuine smile on his face. He spread his arms. Fang Xingyun directly jumped into Jiang Xiaopi's arms. The huge force made Jiang Xiaopi take 2 steps back. Jiang Xiaopi said, "Thank you, Teacher Fang." Fang Xingyun said, "No, child. You've taught me more. I should thank you." In his line of sight, Jiang Xiao saw a sapphire blue figure in the distance. Jiang Xiaopi couldn't help but grin and wink at the figure with his left eye. Hai Tianqing raised his right hand and flashed a thumbs up. He then stepped back into the tunnel. Under Jiang Xiaopi's request, the conspiracy between the two had been approved by the national team. Those who were capable would indeed receive more attention and care. Jiang Xiaopi was indeed very influential. He was so influential that the national team could give him a separate locker room, and Hai Tianqing could cover the room with petals. Fang Xingyun stood up and took a step back. He gently wiped the rainwater off Jiang Xiaopi's forehead with one hand and said, "You have no idea how happy I am now." Jiang Xiaopi looked at Fang Xingyun's gentle eyes and said, "It's too early for you to be happy." Fang Xingyun was stunned. Jiang Xiaopi also smiled. He turned to look at the staff who were quickly leveling the field and setting up the podium. He said, "We're about to attend the awards ceremony. I'll go and clean up." Fang Xingyun nodded but rebuked, "Don't always talk nonsense." Jiang Xiaopi said while walking out of the field with Fang Xingyun, "I'm serious." Fang Xingyun immediately asked worriedly, "What will happen? What did you hear?" Jiang Xiaopi shook his head and said, "No, I mean, you'll be even happier later." Fang Xingyun thought about it and heaved a sigh of relief. However, he misunderstood and nodded. "I'll definitely be happier to see you in the Star Warrior World Cup later." Jiang Xiaopi did not explain further. He quickly walked back to the locker room with 100 skill points for winning the Star Warrior World Cup and the 1,000 skill points for winning the Star Warrior World Cup. Of course, Jiang Xiaopi and Hai Tianqing would not make such a low-level mistake. Jiang Xiaopi's locker room was still the same, while Hai Tianqing's was set up in another locker room. Jiang Xiaopi washed up carefully in the bathroom. Under the urging of the national team staff, he quickly showered and changed into a brand new national team uniform. He then followed the staff out. Ever since he walked out of the players' tunnel, the atmosphere in the stadium, which was already noisy and lively, became even more lively. Under the work of the Star Warriors, the green field had been restored to its original state, and even the turf was green. It was as if no battle had taken place there, and the surrounding metal cages had long been removed. Under the sunlight, some of the turf was still wet, and the water droplets reflected the sparkling light. Jiang Xiaopi saw the podium on the south side of the midfield near the audience. There were no stairs for the first, second, or third place in the general competition. Instead, it was a large platform. Apart from Jiang Xiaopi, the staff of the national team were also invited to the podium by the staff. Under the strong request of the Chinese team leader, the rest of the players who participated in the individual competition jumped down from the south side of the spectator seats and joined the Chinese team. Apart from the Chinese team, There were no other players or staff from the Republic of Willpower or Japan on the field. On the huge podium, there was a glittering golden trophy. Behind the shiny trophy was not only blood and tears, but also the cruel truth. It was as if the second and third place did not deserve to have any names. Jiang Xiaopi realized that he was wrong. He was initially wondering if Neil Muller would be able to get up to receive the award, but the reality was that in the Star Warriors world, the winner takes all. As Jiang Xiaopi's lead teacher, Fang Xingyun walked among the nearly 30 staff members of the Chinese team. Compared to the other players who participated in the individual competition, the middle-aged men seemed to be more emotional. Their eyes were brimming with tears as they waved at the audience in all directions. Under the guidance of the host, the group stepped onto the podium. A few men in suits and leather shoes stood on the stage. They had different skin colors and were the organizers of the Star Warriors World Cup. They applauded politely and watched the team walk up. The staff of the Chinese team automatically stood at the back, allowing the group of players to stand slightly closer to the front. However, Jiang Xiaopi was pushed to the front. Jiang Xiaopi's eyes were fixed on the golden trophy on the small table. The trophy was somewhat similar to the World Cup. It had the same color, material, and shape, but there was only one athlete engraved at the bottom. In this way, there is a huge difference in both appearance and meaning. The golden trophy was engraved with a blurry golden figure who was holding the earth with both hands. Compared to the blurry figure who was holding the earth up, the engraving of the earth was extremely exquisite. The uneven, three-dimensional terrain could even accurately depict each continent on the balloon. The host, who was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, stood at the side with a microphone in his hand. He lowered his head and looked at the paper in his hand. 2017 Star Warriors World Cup Individual Competition. Champion, China, number 4. The host dragged out his voice and said in a strange accent, Jiang, Xiao, Pi. Wow, wow. The cheers of the people behind him merged with the cheers of the tens of thousands of people in the audience. Get the award. Hurry up and go. A few of his teammates pushed Jiang Xiaopi forward. Jiang Xiaopi picked up the golden trophy with one hand, but its weight was beyond his expectations. It was much heavier than he had imagined. Bang, bang. While he was in a daze, the salutes on both sides of the podium sounded, giving Jiang Xiaopi a great shock. Golden-colored paper and ribbons dashed out and sprinkled down. Jiang Xiao opened his mouth slightly and looked up at the colorful paper that was flying all over the sky. He couldn't help but spread his hands out and stare at the audience on the south side through the golden paper rain that covered the sky and covered the earth. Xia Yin led Song Chuanxi's team, and everyone in the audience, cheering excitedly, jumping around, and waving the flags in their hands. Jiang Xiaopi also found the familiar figure. Han Jiangxue crossed her fingers and clenched her fists before pressing them against the tip of her nose. Her posture was exactly the same as her previous posture during the competition. However, this time, her eyes were glistening with tears as she looked at Jiang Xiaopi quietly. Instead of shaking her head, she kept nodding gently. Jiang Xiaopi's gaze was a little dazed as memories surfaced in his mind. Snowfield, Arsenal, Volcano, Black Rock Mountain, Judge Yin, Fire Source Mountain Range, Night Sickness Mountain, Snow Mountain Territory, Dark Hall, Konka, Jinda. Swords, arrows, daggers, fists, dull nights, and tense nerves time and time again. Despair and death in the snowfield again and again. Thousands of times at the foot of the Night Sickness Mountain mechanically. People always imagine the bait to be someone else, but in fact the bait was Jiang Xiaopi, the purest version of Jiang Xiaopi. The speed of growth was twice as fast, but the price was twice as much oppression and hardship, as well as twice as much pain and torture. Even now, at this most blissful moment, there was still Jiang Xiaopi. He was still training with his golden partner in the dark ruins of calamity, without slacking off at all. Humans were the same as trees. The more they yearned for sunlight, the more they wanted to extend their roots into the dark underground. On the podium, Jiang Xiao grinned and put on a sincere smile. He raised his head and looked at the golden confetti that filled the sky again. His right hand, that was holding the World Cup, naturally drooped down, and his left hand covered his face. He could no longer bear the surging emotions in his heart, and hot tears fell from his eyes, flowing down the corners of his mouth that was still smiling. If you guys really know what I've been through, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 615. Hello, Jiang Xiaopi. Congratulations on winning the individual competition. A middle-aged Caucasian man with gray hair stood in front of Jiang Xiao and extended his hand. Jiang Xiao handed the World Cup to his left hand and extended his right hand. Thank you. Now, the man looked to his side and saw a woman holding a tray. She had a professional smile on her face as she handed it over. The Caucasian man picked up the small square box and handed it to Jiang Xiao with a smile. This is your reward. Oh, what kind of reward will the organizers give to the winner of the individual World Cup? Jiang Xiao couldn't wait and thought the reward should be better than the one given by the Capital Star Warriors and China Star Association, right? The Caucasian man continued to smile and said, spatial star beads will always be the most precious type of star bead in this world. Jiang Xiao's eyes lit up, and he grabbed the small square box. Before he could open it, the Caucasian man patted Jiang Xiao on the shoulder and said, enjoy this moment that belongs to you. They then strode off the stage. The Chinese team at the back, please take a few steps forward. A large number of staff gathered below the stage, each of them carrying a camera, as if they were carrying a long gun and a short cannon. The clicking sounds and flashes from time to time were heard, recording the precious scene. The precious photos were then fixed. Jiang Xiao handed the World Cup to the people beside him and smiled as he watched them hold it in their hands to observe it. He then passed it to the next person. Jiang Xiao's actions made the audience in front of the television nod in approval. In fact, Jiang Xiao was just releasing his hands. He secretly opened a small square box and saw 3 black star beads. Jiang Xiao got a great shock. Black star beads were rare. Jiang Xiao reached out and touched them, after which a message was immediately displayed in his internal star map. Dark Sky Star Bead, Platinum Quality, Star Technique. 1. Dark Sky Shackle. Confines an area in which all spatial star techniques are prohibited. Activating and maintaining the dark sky area requires a large amount of star power. Platinum Quality, upgradable. 2. Dark Sky Defense. Opens a large space shield and teleports a specific target inside the space shield to a specific location. The space shield has strong defensive power. Platinum Quality, upgradable. Do you want to absorb it together? Jiang Zhao's mouth slowly widened. Oh my god, what? What is this? Teleportation? What's more, group teleportation. They even thoughtfully added a defensive barrier while they were preparing for the teleportation. Which star beast produced this star technique? Isn't the first star technique supposed to restrain the second? This creature is very interesting. First star technique, Black Space Shackle. Prohibit all spatial star techniques from appearing in a certain area. Jiang Xiao frowned slightly. The star technique was extremely functional, but from another perspective, its function was extremely simple. It was specialized in restraining spatial star techniques. If there were any students in the World Cup who possessed such a star technique, Jiang Zhao's teleportation would become a mere decoration. But in terms of functionality, Sound of Silence seems to be stronger. The Black Space Shackle only prohibited people in a certain area from using spatial star techniques. However, Jiang Zhao's Sound of Silence prohibited everyone in a certain area from using all star techniques. Be it the 1 or 2 star techniques in the star bead of the Darkland creature, they seem to overlap with the star techniques that Jiang Xiao currently possessed, at least to a certain extent. Let's go, Xiaopi. Stop daydreaming. It's time for the interview. Fang Xingyun patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and stuffed the championship trophy into Jiang Zhao's arms. Oh. Jiang Xiao snapped back to his senses and hurriedly followed Fang Xingyun down the podium with the trophy and the small square box. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, Fang Xingyun said to Jiang Xiao, This interview is similar to a press conference. There will be a lot of domestic and foreign media outlets. Jiang Xiao raised the trophy and waved it at the audience. He suddenly froze and turned to look at Fang Xingyun. "What did you say?" Fang Xingyun covered her mouth and chuckled. The Chinese team had finally entered the players' tunnel, and the noise gradually subsided. She said, "In order to let you focus on preparing for the match, we didn't inform you in advance. This interview will last for 15 to 20 minutes and will be held in the conference room in the stadium." Jiang Xiao grinned helplessly. He didn't want to talk to people he didn't know now. He wanted to give the trophy to Han Jiangxue and share the joy with the people closest to him. Fang Xingyun looked at Jiang Xiao and advised him gently, "You're a soldier, aren't you? Treat this interview as the last mission of the World Cup. This is a mission that you have to complete. Don't shirk it." Jiang Xiao humphed and said, "Yes, madam." Fang Xingyun rolled her eyes at Jiang Xiao, and the Chinese team walked all the way to the east of the stadium and finally entered a house. As soon as Jiang Xiao entered the house, he heard cheers, applause, and whistles. Looking at the faces with different skin colors, Jiang Xiao smiled politely. The conference room had been remodeled and was divided into two small squares. There was a small path in the middle that led straight to the small podium in front of the conference room. Although he had defeated a bunch of foreign players during this World Cup trip, it seemed that the reporters were not bad. "The winner takes all" was an interesting phrase that was commonly used all over the world. "So you're here. I was wondering why you weren't waiting for me at the sidelines." When Jiang Xiao was about to walk to the podium, he saw Yang Yang sitting in the first row and immediately spoke up. Yang Yang laughed out loud and suddenly felt extremely proud of himself. The world champion personally called out his name in front of so many people in the industry. Jiang Xiao walked to the podium, placed the trophy in the small square box on the table, and sat down. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Jiang Xiao felt that his head was buzzing. 10 questions. Our world champion is eager to return to the locker room to share the joy with his comrades. Please remain silent. Please raise your hand if you have any questions, the staff member of the national team said in standard English while standing beside Jiang Xiao's table. All of a sudden, the crowd below raised their hands one after another. As expected, the staff member on the stage pointed to Yang Yang, who was from his own country, first. Yang Yang stood up and said, "Congratulations, Jiang Xiaopi. You've completed an unprecedented feat. You've assisted Jiang Xiaopi in winning the championship. I'm afraid you're really unprecedented." Jiang Xiao nodded at Yang Yang and then turned to look at the other reporters. "Next question." Yang Yang was dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao suddenly chuckled and turned to look at Yang Yang again before winking at him with his left eye. Yang Yang was obviously shaken by Jiang Xiao's feint. He stammered and frantically said, "Let's comment on your journey to winning the championship." Jiang Xiao thought for a while and said, "I like this journey. It allowed me to see many star warriors who are as hardworking as me." On the podium, the staff member reached out again and pointed to a Caucasian man. However, the man said, "To you, is the European shield undeserving of its reputation?" In an instant, the friendliness between the Chinese reporters and the foreign reporters could be seen. Jiang Xiao shrugged and said, "Neil Muller is the runner-up." The Caucasian man was indignant and was about to ask further, but Jiang Xiao continued, "The runner-up is the biggest loser." The conference room suddenly fell silent, and the reporters looked at Jiang Xiao in shock. Soon, their faces were filled with excitement like a group of sharks that had smelled blood. The Chinese staff member frantically pointed to the west again. A Caucasian woman stood up and said in a British accent, "Are you in contact with Juliet Amoluowan now? What do you think of her? Do you plan to get in touch with her in the future?" Jiang Xiao was bewildered. Isn't this an interview for the Star Warriors World Cup? Why is there a gossip reporter here? Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, "She's very beautiful, especially the way she crushed the petals with her fingers. She left a deep impression on me. She's really strong. A star warrior of her level can't just stay in a corner. She should see a wider world. I personally welcome her to study or work in China." The female reporter's eyes glistened and she said, "You want to see a wider world, right? Do you have any plans to travel abroad or study abroad?" Jiang Shao shook his head decisively and said no. The female reporter was speechless. Another yellow-skinned man stood up and frantically asked, "What's your evaluation of contestant Jin Pingchong? During the competition, he brought you a lot of trouble." Jiang Shao grinned and thought, "This is my interview for the championship, isn't it? You bunch of people, Jin Pingchong, you're the weakest one." Jiang Shao scratched his head and continued, "He's very beautiful. Well, I mean, his star technique is very bewitching. It's my greatest fortune to be able to compete with a contestant of such a standard. I really, really feel very lucky." At this point, Jiang Shao had a sincere expression on his face. The male reporter from Kimchi Nation was overjoyed and proud, as if he had been recognized by the champion. He plopped down on the chair happily. After being called out by the Chinese staff, Yang stood up again, which made the other reporters extremely displeased. Yang frantically asked, "You're already standing at the top of the world. What do you plan to do next?" Jiang Shao frowned and thought about it before saying, "I'll go back to Beijing Star Warrior University and take part in the makeup examination for the Year 1 final exam. I'll try my best not to be held back because I failed." Yang was speechless. Jiang Shao took the trophy and the small square box and finally walked out of the meeting room under the escort of the members of the Chinese national team. However, when they heard that the contestants of the individual competition were ready to celebrate in the locker room, they hurriedly headed to the locker room. However, on the way back, Jiang Shao suddenly slowed down and grabbed Fang Xingyun's arm. The two of them slowed down and fell behind the team. Fang Xingyun asked softly with concern, "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao stopped at the door of an unfamiliar locker room, looked around, and said, "Let's go in first. I have something to do." "Okay." Fang Xingyun also saw the crowd around them. She immediately opened the door and walked in. As soon as Fang Xingyun opened the door, she suddenly gasped and covered her mouth with one hand while standing at the door in a daze. The scene in front of her made her mind go blank. The huge locker room was already a sea of flowers. There were red roses scattered on the ground and walls. Among the red flowers, there was a touch of blue that was extremely eye-catching. Hai Tianqing was still dressed like a groomsman, but today he had ulterior motives and wanted to become the official. Jiang Shao reached out and pried open Fang Xingyun's fingers that were gripping the door handle tightly. He then pushed Fang Xingyun's back gently and helped him to the end. Fang Xingyun took 2 steps forward and covered her mouth with both hands. Her beautiful eyes were glistening with tears, and her vision had begun to become blurry. Hai Tianqing pushed his glasses and knelt on one knee. He raised his hand and took out a small red box. He opened it gently and revealed a diamond ring. Hai Tianqing looked at Fang Xingyun with a gentle gaze and said, "Marry me." Fang Xingyun nodded continuously. Her soft and emotional heart had already melted, and she was sobbing uncontrollably. In the corridor, more than 10 staff members from the national team stopped and turned around. They were also accomplices. Unknowingly, figures appeared one after another. The players from the national team were holding champagne in their hands and approaching them quietly. Jiang Shao stared at the locker room, only to realize that the situation was a little awkward. Hai Tianqing stood in the middle of the locker room. Fang Xingyun had indeed agreed, but she was already sobbing uncontrollably and had no intention of moving forward at all. Hai Tianqing remained kneeling on one knee. His left and right knees tapped the ground repeatedly, showing his solid foundation as a star warrior. With those small, quick steps, he forcefully moved to the front of Fang Xingyun. As the diamond ring was put on Fang Xingyun's fair ring finger, Jiang Shao grinned and gave a thumbs up. "Oh, wow. Success. Success. Bless. Success." Before Jiang Shao could react, the champagne that symbolized victory had already been sprayed on his body. Jiang Shao scurried into the locker room with his head in his hands. Xia Yin, Wu Yao, Xing Yin, and Hou Mingming were really the vanguard. The 3 of them chased after Jiang Shao, shaking the champagne frantically and spraying it on his body. Embers, Wu Xiaojing, Zhao Wenlong, and the others rushed over and locked their eyes on Fang Xingyan. When they saw the couple hugging each other, they immediately poured the champagne on their faces. A large number of members of the national team swarmed in, and the room was in chaos. The walls and ceiling were covered with flower petals, and champagne was splashing everywhere. In the corridor, Xian Ayan poked her head out and carefully looked at the chaotic yet blissful scene in the room. She hurriedly leaned back and dodged a glass of champagne. As she leaned back, she saw another person who did not enter the locker room to celebrate. Xie Yin was leaning against the wall, holding the champagne in his hand and taking a sip. Xian Ayan tilted her head and said in an ethereal voice, "This is not for drinking." Xie Yin pursed his lips, pressed his thumb against the mouth of the bottle, and shook the champagne up and down. Then, he turned to look at Xian Ayan. Xian Ayan immediately felt that something was amiss. However, before she could escape, she was grabbed by a wet arm and carried into the locker room. Wu Xiaojing, best friend. She hugged Xian Ayan with one hand and used her as a shield in front of her while she continued to shake the champagne with the other hand. The Rules Awakened had transformed into a shield warrior. She had successfully changed her profession and dashed towards the little toxic healer who was being targeted by everyone in the corner. Jiang Zhao's World Cup journey finally came to an end amidst the cheers and celebrations. Chapter 616. On July 15th, 2017, Jiang Zhao arrived at the Beijing International Airport of China with the national team. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Zhao and the rest were welcomed by a large number of people, fans, and reporters. Unlike most of the participants, Jiang Zhao and Han Jiangxue were freshmen and would be in their second year of university after the summer break. The other students were either in their third year of university and had plenty of time on their hands. In their fourth year of university, they basically did not have any classes and would just spend the year on internships, training, and job hunting. Their trip to the World Cup this time added a glorious mark to their resumes, and they believed that any future path they chose would be a green light. Most of the students were in their fourth year of university. Strictly speaking, they had already graduated at this point. Hence, they had more time on their hands. On the 18th of July, Jiang Zhao and the others received an audience with the National Star Warriors Association and important leaders of the country. Jiang Zhao had never thought that he would meet such a big shot. However, Jiang Zhao's battle results were there for all to see. Besides, he had also won the team competition next door. Under the rising tide, the 2017 World Cup could be said to be at the peak of the world. Not only did Jiang Zhao receive verbal encouragement and a very honorable meeting, but he also received substantial rewards. On the first day after the World Cup ended, Jiang Zhao reported the star bead that he coveted, the Void Calamity Star bead, to the relevant personnel of the National Star Warriors Association. The National Star Warriors Association was really daddy and would give him whatever he wanted. Jiang Zhao had been treated unfairly during the National League, and he had only received one Void Calamity Shadow Star bead because the organizers and the military had the intention of compensating him. The National Star Warriors Association's reward for the World Cup champion was a terrifying 5 Void Calamity Star beads. A total of 5. In comparison, no one was interested in the 1 million yuan cash reward. The money was really more symbolic than practical. If one were to really use that money to buy the Void Calamity Star bead, that amount of money would be too little. It was probably not even enough to make up for the difference. How precious was the Void Calamity Star bead? There was no need to elaborate on that at all. The National Star Warriors Association offered 5 at one go. Jiang Zhao almost wanted to join the National Star Warriors Association on the spot. Although Jiang Zhao was a member of the National Star Warriors Association, he was still a student after all and would not work in the organization. If Jiang Zhao were to join them directly and do well in such an organization, wouldn't he be able to fill his stomach with resources? The more realistic thing was that apart from Jiang Zhao, The other participants would only be rewarded one star bead, and the quality of the star bead would be determined according to their ranking. To be honest, Jiang Xiao felt that he should have taken advantage of the other teammates' resources, but that couldn't be helped. After all, apart from him, the one with the best results was Hong Mingming, who was ranked 12th. Han Jianxue and her team were ranked 6th and were also in the top 8 of the World Cup. She had also received 3 Void Calamity Star beads as a reward, as well as a symbolic reward of 200,000 yuan. No one knew what kind of star beads and how much money the 4 elites of the Xiangnan Military Academy had obtained. Jiang Xiao was once again troubled by the happiness. Jiang Zhao's space-time gap and calamity shadow star techniques were now at platinum quality level 1, which was the initial state after absorbing a void calamity star bead. If he shamelessly included Han Jianshue's reward, Jiang Xiao would now have a total of 8 void calamity star beads. However, if he wanted to upgrade those 2 star techniques to diamond quality, he would still need one more. A small upgrade of a platinum quality star technique would require 1,000 skill points. That made Jiang Xiao feel the pinch. Of course, although it required a lot of skill points, Jiang Xiao definitely wouldn't be stingy with his skill points if it was for the sake of upgrading such space-type star techniques. Jiang Xiao had obtained a total of 1,900 skill points during this World Cup trip, which was even less than the skill points awarded by the Guardians of the Night with the Crescent Moon Medal. From that perspective, although the internal star map could not speak, it clearly expressed that the military mission was more valuable than the World Cup. Jiang Xiao dared not agree with that. He felt that his World Cup trip this time had broadened the values of the world and would affect thousands of awakened children. It would also make some mature Star Warriors realize the value of combat techniques. In terms of influence, Jiang Xiao felt that the World Cup trip had a greater and deeper impact. No matter what, these 2 missions were very meaningful and could not be compared together. However, the internal star map was a bitch that actually quantified everything. It was just an act of provoking. Jiang Xiao wanted to take the secret of the internal star map with him to his grave. He wouldn't be silly enough to post a topic on Weibo and make people go crazy again. Following the principle of helping whenever he could, Jiang Xiao thought that he should ask the Guardians of the Night for the remaining Void Calamity Star bead. Jiang Xiao was too ashamed to ask for a reward from the Wasteland Reclaimers. After all, he planned to be an off-duty member. However, the Guardians of the Night, wake up. Big shots. Your soldiers have become world champions. Aren't you going to express your gratitude? If there really aren't any star beads, a Crescent Moon Medal would be great too. From July 18th to July 20th, the national team members cooperated with the Star Association and participated in interview activities. They also did some publicity work. Photos, videos, battle records, personal growth records, and other information were all included in the Star Association archives. Jiang Zhao's golden trophy was also included, and it was displayed together with the trophies of the 3 previous World Cup individual champions. Jiang Xiao even deliberately asked how long the exquisite World Cup trophy would be on display. When would he be able to bring the trophy home? The response of the Star Association staff member was very interesting. You can take it away in 6 months. The staff member then pointed at the 3 trophies and said, the 3 of them didn't take it away. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, they probably forgot about it. Why don't you give them all to me? I'll return the trophies to them for you. The staff member was speechless. At this point, the spectacular World Cup journey was considered to have come to an end. The students went back to their respective homes and mothers. However, all the students of Beijing Tsinghua University were detained by the students of Beijing Tsinghua University. Jiang Xiao had a hunch that this summer vacation was completely ruined. As expected, Jiang Xiao, Hong Mingming, Zhao Huanlong, and Song Chunqi's team became Beijing Tsinghua University's calling card. They were asked to cooperate with the filming of the promotional video, and they were even asked to go to Beijing Tsinghua Affiliated High School to give a speech. Jiang Xiao was very helpless, and the high school students who were already on summer break were even more helpless. They were forcefully dragged back to listen to the speech and cooperate with the filming of the documentary. In comparison, the group of high school students from Beijing Tsinghua Affiliated High School might also be looking forward to it and feeling excited. After all, Jiang Xiao and the rest had a halo because of their identities. The World Cup champion has just been announced. Brothers, hurry and go back to school to find out more. During this series of activities, Jiang Xiao also realized its huge commercial value. After the siblings discussed it carefully with Fang Xingyun and Hai Tianqing, teacher Fang Xingyun stepped forward and sheltered them from storm. He rejected all commercial collaborations and blocked out the chaos of the outside world. What a joke! Is Jiang Xiao someone who lacks money? Yes, of course he lacks money. Who doesn't lack money in this world? If you have 1 yuan, you can think of 10 yuan. If you have 100 million yuan, you can think of 1 billion yuan. However, the problem was that Jiang Xiao had 2 identities, and he didn't want to and shouldn't show his face in public. Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School was far more extravagant than the National Star Association. It wasn't until a week later that the siblings were truly liberated. However, Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School still refused to let the students of Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School go home. The reason that they gave was irresistible. It was time to talk about the World Cup rewards. As students of Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they had made a great contribution to Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School. Of course, the rewards had to be commensurate with their identities. Jiang Xiao, Hou Mingming, Zhao Wenlong, and Song Chunqi's team returned to Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School and began to talk about the rewards. Among them, the ones who had the least right to speak seemed to be the veteran cadre. During the World Cup, Zhao Wenlong had a thrilling one-round trip. However, Zhao Wenlong had made it to the national team after all, which was considered an impressive achievement. During the 7 days of publicity, Zhao Wenlong definitely had a share in the rewards this time. When Jiang Xiao saw Vice Principal Yang Chensan again, the latter was already overjoyed. Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue were both specially recruited by Yang Chensan to enter Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School. Such a wise decision had greatly increased the influence of Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School and even China in the world. Yang Chensan even thought that he could still go further. Yet although Jiang Xiao was just a gift back then, Yang Chensan originally hoped that Han Jiangxue would be specially recruited and then nurtured well. He wanted Han Jiangxue to lead the team and compete for a World Cup for Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School in China when she was in her 3rd year of university. He didn't expect that the siblings couldn't wait for 2 years. After the 2 of them were specially recruited, they spent a year preparing for the World Cup. Han Jiangxue then cooperated with Song Chunqi's team and came in 6th place in the team competition of the World Cup. And that gift scared the hell out of everyone. There were no ups and downs throughout the entire process of the little toxic healer. It was all uphill, and they climbed all the way to the top. They were at the peak of their debut. They would probably have to stay at the peak until they graduated in their 4th year of university. The benefits of the siblings' performance were immeasurable for Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School. With such a solid result, not to mention in the country, even in the world, the Imperial Capital's Star Warrior Academy's rankings would probably be among the best. Of course, the leaders had to be far-sighted, and they couldn't just enjoy the moment. Yang Chensan had every reason to believe that Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School would still be able to maintain an unimaginable influence and dominance when the siblings were in their 3rd year of university. The so-called influence and dominance could be converted into very practical benefits. The wealthy Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School gave Jiang Xiao a spicy strip, which was consistent with the monetary reward given by the National Star Association. However, Jiang Xiao couldn't care less about that. In this world, things couldn't be bought with money. The tickets to the dimensional space in the Void Calamity Shadow were priceless. What kind of status did one have to be in order to be allowed to enter the national-level dimensional space? Money and pride were just worldly possessions. Star beads were the real deal. Where are my star beads? I'll put the Guardians of the Night aside for now. Can I get a few Void Calamity Shadow star beads? At this moment, Vice Principal Yang Chansan was seated behind his desk in his office. Looking at the group of young talents in front of him, he couldn't help but smile. Good, good, good. Jiang Shao also said softly, star beads, star beads, star beads. Yang Chansan's face stiffened and he looked at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao continued softly, void calamity shadow, void calamity shadow, void calamity shadow. Everyone was speechless. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.